Swinging a fly ball to left field deep. Way back! Way back! This ball is gone! A walk-off home run! Newport Gulls win it here in the 11th.
This is the Newport Gulls pregame show, live from Cardines Field in Newport, Rhode Island.
Swing and a miss! He struck out Galletti. The Newport Gulls have won the NECBL Southern Division pennant. They will go on to face the Sanford Mainers in the 2015 NECBL Championship.
Coming up, interviews, stats, standings, lineups, and a whole lot more.
Swing, and that one is chopped. High. Donlan's really going to have to make a play to make this one. The throw to first is in time. One away in the ninth.
A high drive, left field deep. Lozano going back, looking up. This ball is a two-run homer. P.J. Jones hits it out.
Stay tuned. The pregame show begins now on the NECBL Broadcast Network. In his third season covering NECBL baseball, here is play-by-play broadcaster Rob Massey.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back into historic Cardines Field for another edition of Newport Gulls Baseball. I'm Rob Massey. Well, in one of the most lethargic games the Newport Gulls played this season, they dropped a 7-0 game to the Ocean State Waves in 7 innings here at Cardines Field. Game 1 of a split-venue doubleheader yesterday. Game 2, the Gulls came out of the chute on fire, getting 3 hits right off of the starter in 3 straight pitches in Ocean State. And then the rain of biblical proportions began to fall on Old Mountain Field in Wakefield. The game has officially been suspended in the 6th inning, and the possibility of resuming it will be tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. That is Saturday morning at 10 a.m., but there are so many scenarios where that game may or may not be played. We do have one game to play here tonight, one game to clinch the best record in the NECBL this season and the number 1 seed overall for the playoffs. The Vermont Mountaineers lost to the Sanford Mainers last night, bringing the magic number for the Gulls to 1. And if the Gulls are to beat the Mystic Schooners here tonight at Cardines Field, they will be the best team in the NECBL once again. They have a lot to go here tonight on the pregame show. We'll talk with Chuck Pava for the last time of the regular season about our Host Family Appreciation Night and the 2015 season, a much improved season over last year's, even though we won a championship, but over last year's regular season here in Newport. Matt Tonis will break down the playoff what-if scenarios in our Broadcasters Roundtable, all that and much more as the pregame show continues here on the NECBL Broadcast Network.
Welcome back to the pregame show here on the NECBL Broadcast Network. I'm Alexa Scholl, and I'm here alongside bullpen catcher Mike Allwine. Mike, tell us about the process of you becoming a part of the Newport Gulls organization.
Well, a couple of injuries. Daryl hurt his arm a little bit, and I knew Troy, and he kind of reached out to me. And Ryan Laureate was my coach, my pitching coach at school. So I had a few connections. They reached out to me, and then it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so I took it.
Great. And what are some of the difficulties about coming to Newport so late in the season?
I mean, obviously getting to know all the guys, these guys built bonds with each other for the first couple months that they were here, and then getting to know everybody and just kind of getting on the same page as them. But, getting to know all these guys, they're great guys, the coaches are awesome, and they made it really easy for me.
And what are some of the things that you look forward to in just your short time over here?
Oh, just the experience. I mean, this is an awesome field, historic field, great city. I go to school right up the road, so that's always nice, and I've been down here before just to really experience it. I also had a friend that played in the Gulls 2 years ago, Kyle Wilcox, so it was nice I've been watching these games from the bleachers and then finally getting down here. It's an awesome experience.
Did he impart any wisdom for you?
Yeah, he said trade a lot of your Roger Williams gear and try and get some of the cool, bigger school stuff, but other than that, he says just relax and play baseball. It's the game we've been playing our entire lives, and just to come out here and get the experience is awesome.
So talk a little bit about your roommates with Troy DeLeon, is that correct?
It is.
How is it doing that with him?
Oh, it's awesome. He's one of the best kids that I've ever met and lived with. It's just a pleasure to live with him. He's a really hard-working kid. He's a great kid just to live with and be around, talk to him about everything, and really getting to know him and his family has been a pleasure. So he's been a great kid and great kid to know for the last couple of years.
You played your first game yesterday, and it was a tough loss against the Ocean State Waves, 7-0. What do you think the team has to do to get the W this time?
Just relax and play. I mean, obviously we're all capable of getting on to bigger and better things, but just relax and play. It's baseball, things happen. Sometimes you lose to the worst teams and you beat the best teams, and that's just the game. So just relax and play the game like we know we can, and we'll be fine.
Absolutely. Well, good luck tonight. Thank you so much. The NECBL broadcast continues here on the pregame show.
Welcome back to the Newport Gulls pregame show. This is an extended version of the Broadcasters Roundtable. I'm joined, as always, by the publicist for the Newport Gulls, Matt Tonis. And Matt, the playoffs are just a couple of days away, and today is the most exciting day in baseball for the NECBL because the Southern Division is in a lot of flux, and you have been working all night on all of the possible scenarios. You've got the top, three, I believe it is, of what could happen, win, lose, or draw with every Southern Division team tonight.
That's right, Rob. I've been up all night tabulating, calculating all the allulations, trying to figure out what exactly will happen in the NECBL Southern Division.
So, all right, since you have done all the work, I will hand you the microphone. Tell the folks at home what could happen and all of the what-ifs here in the NECBL tonight.
Thanks, Rob. Now, with 2 days left in the NECBL regular season, there are three very likely possible situations. Number one, Newport wins tonight, New Bedford wins tonight, and Plymouth splits against Danbury. Everything is locked in. Newport, Mystic, New Bedford, Ocean State. Situation number two, Newport wins tonight, New Bedford wins tonight, and Plymouth sweeps their doubleheader with the Danbury Westerners. Then Newport and Mystic are locked into the top two, and New Bedford is locked in at number three. But Ocean State and Plymouth would still be battling for that fourth and final playoff spot. Now, here's where it gets wacky. The third situation, Mystic wins, Ocean State wins, and Plymouth sweeps its doubleheader. There would be a half-game difference between first and second place if Newport were then to lose to Ocean State tomorrow in the continuation of their game from last night. Mystic and Newport would have the same record against New Bedford and Ocean State and would result in, if both teams were to win their final games, Mystic against Keene and Newport against North Adams, then there would go to a coin flip to decide who gets the number one seed in the Southern Division playoffs. And at the bottom, New Bedford would be locked in at 3. And once again, if Ocean State were to beat Newport tomorrow, they would jump into that fourth playoff spot. So it would come down to a coin flip to decide who would get number one in the Southern Division. The Newport Gulls don't want that. Mystic Schooners are trying their hardest to get that number one seed. And if that's the only way to do it, well then, Rob, that's the only way to do it.
A coin flip, a flip of the proverbial coin, 50-50 between these two teams. What a way for this season series to come down to, especially this season series with Mystic this season for the Newport Gulls is very reminiscent of last season, the Gulls and the Plymouth Pilgrims, with how competitive these two teams have been with each other. For it to come down to a coin flip, I think would be a disservice to both squads.
Absolutely. I think the NECBL is going to try its hardest. Maybe they'll go to records against the bottom two teams in the Southern Division. I don't think they want the coin flip. The coin flip is the worst situation. No one will be happy. Even the team that gets the number one seed will still feel like they have a chip on their shoulder saying, oh, we didn't really earn it. We need to go out and earn it if we face off it in the second round of the NECBL playoffs. Right now, the Newport Gulls need to try their hardest to win tonight and eliminate the possibility of a coin flip.
A win tonight just takes the coin flip away.
The coin flip is done after a win tonight for the Newport Gulls, if that should occur.
It is a very important game here tonight for the Newport Gulls against the Mystic Schooners. We have been talking about this all week, trying to avoid today and tomorrow being a must-win. But tonight here at Cardines Field, where the Newport Gulls have played exceptional baseball in the 2015 season, it is a must-win for the Newport Gulls to lock up the number one seed in the NECBL playoffs and claim home field advantage throughout the entire NECBL Fay Vincent Cup playoffs. We will have much more on the Broadcasters Roundtable. We will bring in Jeff Lemon from the Mystic Schooners to talk about all three of those scenarios and tonight's game against the Mystic Schooners as the Newport Gulls pregame show continues next on the NECBL Broadcast Network. Welcome back to the Newport Gulls pregame show. This is part 2 of our Broadcasters Roundtable. We are welcoming in the new voice of the Mystic Schooners because Alex Texera cut out midway through the season. We welcome in Jeff Lemon. And Jeff, the scenarios that Matt Tonis just broke down for the Mystic Schooners and the Newport Gulls, a coin flip is something neither one of these teams want to see going into the playoffs on August 3rd.
Well, for Mystic, they are fortunate to even have a shot to finish at first place right now. Newport, of course, rolling with that 8-game winning streak a couple of days ago, but after they've dropped a couple of games now, the door is open for Mystic to come in here to Cardines Field and do something they haven't done all year, and that's pick up a win here. They're 2-3 against the Newport Gulls this season, 0-2 here at Cardines Field. It's going to be interesting to see if the Schooners can keep this race tight all the way up to the final day in the regular season. The Schooners are able to win here tonight. They have to beat Keene again to even have a shot at first place tomorrow if Newport's unable to beat Ocean State or North Adams. So for Mystic, they come in here really with nothing to lose. They know they have the second seed locked up if they can't get the first place nod, and so it'll be interesting to see if Jesse Lepore and the gang can get it done here tonight at Cardines Field.
You mentioned Jesse Lepore. He is getting the nod. The right-hander is getting the nod for Mystic tonight in what is not being deemed by the Mystic Schooners as they came in today a must-win, but for the most part, I mean, this is a game that, to a man, they're saying they need to win.
Absolutely. I mean, if they're able to pick up a late win here against the Gulls, obviously the top team in the NECBL all season long, going into the playoffs, that would be a huge confidence boost for them. It would be their 6th straight win, so they would continue to roll in that regard. And then going against the last place Keene Swamp Bats tomorrow, that'd be a very big boost to try and beat Keene on the road and again make a run for first place. But all the Schooners are worrying about is tonight's game. It's 6:35. They'll throw Lepore. He's been hot or cold for most of the year. He's gotten a couple of starts out of the University of Miami, and we'll see what he'll do here tonight. A couple of his starts, he's gone a long way for the Schooners. A couple he has not. We'll see which Lepore we get tonight. Either way, it's going to be a nice battle here from Cardines Field.
And Matt, before we talk about tonight's game, in the last 2 games, or 2.5 games, Plymouth, game 1 against Ocean State here yesterday afternoon, and part of game 2, which may be resumed tomorrow morning, depending on how today goes. The Newport Gulls have played probably some of their worst baseball this season.
Yeah, during the Plymouth game, they had opportunities. They couldn't capitalize. That one's a give-or-take game. Obviously, they had won their first 8 games against Plymouth at Cardines Field in the franchise's history. So they're going to get one eventually, and it was a well-played, very closely played game. You can't get too mad at a loss like that, especially coming off an 8-game win streak. But game 1 here was an absolutely, there's no other way to say it, embarrassing performance by the Newport Gulls. Offense couldn't get going. Pitching was bad. Defense was all right. So Liam Sabino was great at shortstop, but other than him, not very many bright spots for this Newport Gulls team. They did a lot better in the first half of that second game that was not completed, but right now you got to focus on righting the ship against these Mystic Schooners.
Now tonight, Brendan Spagnuolo gets a start for Mike Coombs and the Newport Gulls. Kind of a surprise to see Brendan Spagnuolo get a spot start, but it's another guy who wants to get ready for the playoffs. He will probably be the de facto closer for the playoffs going into next week. But what are we expecting out of Spags here tonight?
A lot of different changes in arm angles, different changes of speeds. He's a guy that when he's on is very deceptive and can dominate. But as we've seen against these Mystic Schooners, when he's off, he's off. He gave up 3 runs and a blown save at Mystic. That would have been the difference. The division would have already been clinched up had everything gone the way it did since then. But if they had won that game at Fitch High School Field, this would already be locked up. But right now, you just got to focus one game at a time. Try to get this one, get Spags on the mound. He's going to throw from over the top, 3/4, submarine. He'll do whatever he can to fool these Schooners hitters.
And Jeff, for the Mystic Schooners, one of the bright spots all season has been their bullpen, which has performed mightily throughout the season, and actually has probably been, if you were to assign the All-Star or the 6th-man award, would be everybody coming out of the bullpen for the Mystic Schooners.
They've been stellar, and that's really what's kept them in a lot of these games. The starting pitching lately, a lot of the arms towards the end of the summer, they get a little more tired, and a lot of the starters that Mystic had throwing very well at the beginning of the year, they aren't going as long now. So you bring in a lot of different guys out of the bullpen, Teddy Turner, Jason Foley, a couple of guys right there that have come in and just pitched phenomenally for Mystic all season long. Turner still with a 0.00 ERA through, I believe, 12-plus appearances this year for the Schooners. So the bullpen's been great. They still have the lowest ERA in the league, and when the hitting has been inconsistent, it's really picked Mystic up. But over the last few games, over the last 5, really, the last 5 that Mystic has won, the hitting has been there, and the pitching has continued to be consistent, and Mystic's been winning a lot of big games because of that.
This has been a Schooners team that's been shut out twice here at Cardines Field, 9-0 on opening night here way back on June 5th. We are here on July 30th, and it is, 31st, and it is one of those days where you kind of look at June and you say, well, June is an eon away. Are the Schooners looking at their last 2 performances here at Newport, here in Cardines Field, as any sort of telltale sign of where they need to improve?
I think so. I mean, you look back last week, New Bedford Bay Sox and Schooners playing their 3rd game at the Shipyard. Going into that matchup, New Bedford hadn't scored a run at the Shipyard against the Schooners, and they battled Mystic very well all the way into the 7th inning. The game was tied up at 2-2. So I don't think Mystic, after being shut out all the way back on opening night and then back in late June here at Cardines Field, I don't think they're going to be thinking about those 2 games too much. Over the last few games, the hitting has been there, and if they're able to just carry it over to a different environment, a different field here at Cardines Field, I think they should be just fine at the plate.
Matt, offensively for the Newport Gulls, they started to come out of their shell last night in Game 2. It was a 1-1 ball game that is still in the 6th inning. If we play that tomorrow at 10 a.m. on the NECBL Broadcast Network. But offensively, they need to really step up and they need to perform better. It took till the 6th inning in Game 1 of that 7-inning ball game for them to get their 2nd hit. Where's the offense going wrong?
They're not being patient like they have been. In that game, they would take the first pitch, and then when they fell behind because Ocean State and Plymouth, but all pitchers were really pouring it in, they would have to start swinging out after strike 1. They weren't working any counts, and that's where this team is great. They've been able to work counts. They've been able to get pitchers deep in their pitch count early on, and that's really been the key for this Gulls offense. They really haven't done that. Everyone on the team has slumped up until Quinn Brody's first pitch single in Game 2. Just a poor offensive performance over the past 24 hours before that.
We have a very important ball game here in Newport. A key to the game for the Mystic Schooners, Jeff, to win tonight here and continue their quest for first place in the NECBL Southern Division.
Yeah, we're going to have to see what Mystic can do here tonight. I know they're up for the challenge here at Newport, Cardines Field, one of the most historic ballparks in the game, and to have a shot right now to still finish in first place and defeat a Newport team at the back end of the year is going to be very crucial for them. I think the Schooners are up for the challenge, and I think we're going to have a great game tonight.
Matt, keys to the game for the Newport Gulls to walk away with a victory here and avoid that possible coin flip on Sunday.
Hitting needs to be a lot better. They need to be more aggressive and more patient at the same time. Just pick your spots and be able to recognize when each is needed. And pitching, Brendan Spagnuolo needs to go out there, eat up some innings, and use his deceptiveness to get deep into this ball game. 5-6 innings would be perfect for this team. Obviously, that's not too deep, but for a guy that's used to pitching 1-2 innings at most out of the bullpen for this Gulls team, if he can get a real start in, that's going to be big.
The guys in uniform won't say it, but the broadcasters will. This is a must-win for both the Mystic Schooners and the Newport Gulls here at Cardines Field. It is the final home game of the 2015 regular season here in Newport. Jeff and I will have the call starting at 6:35 on the NECBL Broadcast Network. You'll see Matt, the host of the post-game show, and we'll find out if we are not only playing on Saturday morning in Ocean State, but if this has a possibility of going to a coin flip on Sunday morning for first place in the entire NECBL and the number 1 seed in the playoffs. Much more here to come as the NECBL Broadcast Network brings you the Newport Gulls pregame show. Welcome back to the Newport Gulls pregame show. This is the front office report, and I'm here with the general manager of the Newport Gulls, Chuck Pava. And Chuck, 2015 has been a great season for the Newport Gulls on the field. This is much different than where they were at the end of last season, though they were very competitive. But how much different was this season compared to last season?
Well, you know, every season is really different, and last season was one of those tough seasons, the toughest season we ever had that turned into a miracle season. You know, they ended up winning the whole thing, so that made that special. It took away all the wounds from last summer. But this group of guys have been playing very well, you know, all summer long. They're very consistent. Pitching is good, defense is good, and they can really hit. You know, they haven't hit the last couple of days, but with these guys, they're going to hit. They're very offensive. So I think these guys are set to go now. I had my team meeting with them today, and we had a conversation about where we're at right now and where we're going. So they're all ready to go.
Now let's talk a little bit about Shea Donlin. He hurt himself in Danbury at the beginning of this week. A lot of players, playoff or not, would say to their skipper, would say to guys in your position, you know, I'm really injured. I'm not sure if I'm going to be playing. I think I'm just going to pack up and go home. What does it mean for a player like Shea Donlin in his 3rd season to say, no, I'm going to stick this out, and if I can play, I'm going to play?
Well, Shea Donlin, you know, is a true Gull, and he represents and exemplifies to me what a Gull means. You know, he's just a team guy. He's a tough kid. Plays the game the right way, respectful. really a joy to be around, and he's a spark plug for us. He has been. The last year when he wasn't really playing every day, our team struggled a little bit. I'm not saying he was the defining factor with that, but he did turn things around for us when he got in the lineup, and you saw how we flew through the playoffs. He was leading us off, and he hit like 400, so he was our man. And all season he's kind of our spark plug. So, listen, we're hurting without him, but we're still a very good baseball team, and he'll get back and help us.
Now, over the last 4 or 5 games, have been 4 very big nights. There was American Heroes Night. Of course, we had the Military Appreciation Night. And this week, not only was it Volunteer and Intern Appreciation Night, and tonight is Host Family Appreciation Night. All 4 of those organizations, or all 4 of those groups, very crucial to the Newport Gulls family to have this organization run as well as it has for the last 15 seasons.
I can really appreciate that. It's so true. The volunteers I call them the backbone of the organization. I call our sponsors the lifeblood, and I've always called our host families the foundation. This organization is built on our host family program, and I'm so honored every year to be able to recognize these host families who take in these kids for the summer. We have outstanding host families, and it's really part of that memory that the kids have when they leave here. It's not always these one-run games that we're going to see tonight. It's always a lot of the host families and the time we spend together as a group, and those things are important as well.
How much does it mean to have a guy like Reed Gamache, who started off as a host family? His family started off about 10 years ago now as a host family, to see a player that saw the Newport Gulls as a young player and want to come and play with his team years later when he's in college?
We've had that happen a few times with a few kids, but talking about Reed right now, it's very impressive and unique. Reed is just a joy to be around. I think he's a baseball sponge since he was 10, since he was 9. He's just had a smile on his face since he was a little boy, and just soaking up baseball his whole life. And now he's living the dream, and I'm honored to have him here with us. I'm blessed to have been able to watch him grow up as a boy into a man, and he's one of our leaders.
It's going to be a fun night here against Mystic, and it's going to be a fun week starting next week with the playoffs. Another season, 15th in a row, where the Newport Gulls have won 25 games or more and have entered the playoffs. It's just a testament to this organization. And Chuck, thank you for taking a couple of minutes to meet with us. Have fun tonight.
Thank you so much.
That is General Manager Chuck Pava here on the Front Office Report. We will speak to Chuck next Monday night, Game 1 of the NECBL's playoffs here against, to be determined, and that will help tonight with the Newport Gulls win over the Mystic Schooners. If that happens, we'll have much more as the Newport Gulls pregame show continues next on the NECBL Broadcast Network. Welcome back to the Newport Gulls pregame show. This is the Manager Show, and I'm joined, as always, by the manager of the Newport Gulls, Mike Coombs. And Skip, yesterday a split season double. Try that one more time. It was a split venue doubleheader. I knew I was going to get it on the third time.
Split double dip.
Yeah. The Ocean State Waves came in here to Cardines Field, and it was a very lethargic game for the Newport Gulls offense,
to say the least. But their kid threw well. I mean, he missed a lot of bats, and I think we had 3 hits off of him. So you can't muster any runs up with 3 hits. So hats off to him. He did a great job.
In Ocean State, it seemed like the team really turned things around. Was there a meeting or something on the bus, or somebody say anything as one of the leaders on this team tell the rest of the roster that they kind of need to step up and play better than they did in Game 1?
No, just get on the bus and go play the baseball game. Summer baseball is a little bit different than the regular college season, and that's the difference that we try to take. Our approach is a rah-rah deal. Sometimes they just turn it on. They've heard that all year long. We try to give it the pro mentality that this is your job, do your job, and let's get it done. That's all you have to say, all you have to do with guys that are going to play at the next level. They don't, this is time to mess around, play around, do your junk, but then there's time to get serious and get after it. And they know when to get after it.
Important game here tonight against the Mystic Schooners. You have Brendan Spagnuolo going on the mound to start here tonight. What are you expecting out of Spags and the offense behind him tonight?
9 innings, about 18 hits. Let's just have fun. This is not the deal. This is for me. We got our 25 wins. We're in the playoffs. Sure, it's nice if you get the home field advantage, but Last year we didn't. You guys did. Plymouth. I mean, so it's not that big a deal as long as we make the playoffs, get the 25 wins, and go in there and then get after them at their field or get after them at our field. Doesn't, for me, I don't know, first, second, third, fourth, whatever. Just get the 4 teams in there that deserve to be in there and figure it out. Whoever gets hot is going to win it.
Now for tomorrow, there's a possibility of resuming last night's game, the last 2 innings of that 7-inning double dip, tomorrow morning at Ocean State. Does your strategy change at all tonight going into a possible 2-inning game tomorrow before the game in North Adams?
No. Even if we don't have to play it, I'd love to go over there and play it because I hate ties. Ties like kissing your sister. It doesn't mean anything. It's shoot, go play. So we'll jump in the bus and go over there and play them however long it takes to determine a winner. And somebody gets an L, somebody gets a W, and then get on the bus and head to North Adams. North Adams. Fun trip.
Well, it's going to be a fun night here. Let's just go out and have a little bit of fun tonight and get ourselves a win here tonight. Good luck, Skip.
Thank you.
That is the manager of the Newport Gulls, Mike Coombs. The Newport Gulls look to get a very important game win here tonight against the Mystic Schooners. 1 game left to clinch the number 1 seed overall in the NECBL playoffs. But as Mike Coombs said, we're just going to have a little bit of fun here tonight. The Newport Gulls pregame show continues next on the NECBL Broadcast Network.
Once again, here's Rob Massey and the Newport Gulls broadcast.
And welcome into a beautiful Cardines Field, ladies and gentlemen, for another edition of Newport Gulls Baseball. I'm Rob Massey. It is the most exciting day in the NECBL tonight as the entire Southern Division is in flux. There are so many possibilities here for the playoffs. Every spot from 1 down to 4 is open and up for grabs between the Newport Gulls, the Mystic Schooners, the New Bedford Bay Sox, the Ocean State Waves, and on the outside looking in, the Plymouth Pilgrims, as we welcome in the voice of the Mystic Schooners, Jeff Lemon. And Jeff, it is going to be a must-win ball game for both squads here, the Schooners and the Newport Gulls. Neither side calling it a must-win on the field, but to a man, everybody is saying we want to pick up this ball game tonight.
Well, if Newport wins tonight, Rob, they win the Southern Division. They can clinch here with a win at Cardines Field where they're already 2-0 against the Mystic Schooners. And on the other side, for Mystic, a must-win in terms of if they win tonight, they can still have a shot realistically at finishing in first in the Southern Division if Newport loses 2 games tomorrow and the Schooners defeat Keene. But the Schooners will have to worry about tonight's game first just to even keep their hopes alive for finishing in first place. As you mentioned, the 2 teams won't say it, but it really is a must-win for both sides going into the playoffs. It will be a huge confidence boost for whichever side pulls this victory out because these have been the 2 top teams in the league all season long, and they've really both met here at a crucial time in the season, right at the back end. Both teams have been coming into this game very hot. It's going to be interesting to see which club is better here tonight at Cardines Field.
And we'll see. We will see if the Mystic Schooners are a little bit more well rested. They've had 2 days off. The Newport Gulls have played technically 2.5 games in 3 days against the Plymouth Pilgrims and the Ocean State Waves. The 2 days off sometimes can actually hurt a ball club because they lose all of that momentum. Mystic was on quite a tear before those off days.
Absolutely. They have won 5 games straight. The last game they played was back on Tuesday night, the final regular season home game for the Schooners against the Ocean State Waves. That was a 9-2 victory. But you bring up a good point there, Rob. Maybe the rest will hurt the Schooners. They had to play basically every day in a row going back to last weekend. They played New Bedford on Monday before they played Ocean State this past Tuesday. And the Mystic Schooners were rolling during that stretch. Again, winners of their last 5 games. So after a couple of days off, they have to hit the road for the second to last time here tonight at Cardines Field where they've struggled all season long. And it'll be Jesse Lepore on the mound to lead the Schooners here on the road. He's been resting a couple of weeks now, and we'll see if he's good to go here tonight against the Gulls.
It is Host Family Appreciation Night We will have all of our pregame ceremonies with the general manager of the Newport Gulls, Chuck Pava, on the field when we come back on the other side of this. The Newport Gulls and the Mystic Schooners clash tonight here at Cardines Field. We'll be right back on the NECBL Broadcast Network. It is Host Family Appreciation Day here at Cardines Field. Hi, everybody. Welcome back in. Rob Massey, Jeff Lemon, Alexa Shola, and Billy McNeil down the end here as we get ready for our pregame ceremonies. It has been a long season here at Cardines Field for the Newport Gulls. But, Jeff, you and I were talking off the air. It's July 31st, and this season feels like it just flew by.
Absolutely. I mean, when you play 42 games in the span of 2 months, you're basically playing every night, so it's tough to even stop and catch your breath during this NECBL season. But both these squads have made it to the end, and both have had very successful years. For Newport, 15 years in a row, they've won at least 25 games. For the Schooners, their 25 wins right now is a franchise record. So both teams have been hot all season long, and they're hoping they can continue it for a couple more weeks heading into the playoffs.
We've seen each other. You and I have not been on the air a lot together. You and I have been only on the air, I think, once prior up in Mystic. But we have seen these two teams clash and butt heads. This has been, and we said this in late June, this is a rivalry and a Southern Division matchup that was going to be the focal point of the entire Southern Division. And here we are, the last home game, the last game of this season series between the two squads. In first place, up for grabs. At one point, neither Newport nor Mystic thought that first place ring was going to be up for anybody else to grab but the Newport Gulls. And here tonight, depending on the scenarios that Matt Tonis broke down, it could either be Mystic, it could be Newport, it could be wins here or a loss here for the Gulls or the Schooners, or we could go to a coin toss on Sunday to determine who not only is first place in the South, but number one overall going into the playoffs.
And that's a very interesting scenario. And as we talked about during the pregame, Rob, I don't think either of these teams wants to take it to that point. The Gulls here at home obviously have the best opportunity to clinch here tonight. They'd have to play 2 games on the road and win at least 1 if they lose here tonight. So the Gulls want to wrap this thing up now. I mean, going back a couple of days ago when the Gulls had an 8-game winning streak, it seemed every time Mystic won, you check the standings, so did Newport, and they weren't getting any closer to narrowing that gap between second and first place. But over the last couple of games, really over this last week, Mystic has made a little bit of a move. They're back a game and a half now, and if they can win out and Newport loses their last 3, they will finish in first place. There's still a lot on the table here for this final home game for Newport, and I expect a battle to the finish here tonight. Both of these teams very much would like to finish at the top of the Southern Division. Newport realistically has the best chance to do so, but Mystic is not done yet.
Yeah, no, actually, Matt Tonis and I ride together to all the ball games. We carpool, and one of our what has become our post-game routine in the car ride home is we check the scores around the league. And we said all week, especially when it came to games against the Schooners, we're getting no help from anybody in either the North or the South. The Sanford Mainers helped out both squads last night by beating the Vermont Mountaineers up in Sanford, Maine. It looks like we are almost ready for our pregame ceremonies. As you can see out on the field, the host families are taking their spots out in the center of the diamond. In just a moment or two, we will kick it down to field level with Chuck Pava, our general manager. But, Jeff, we were talking that really no help from either squad. And from Mystic's aspect, you looked up, Newport played Plymouth a couple of nights ago, dropped a tough game against Plymouth, had the doubleheader yesterday. I know that Mystic was looking very, very hard at those 2 ball games, seeing that they lost the game to Ocean State in game 1 and were tied in game 2. I mean, it was little by little, Mystic could crawl their way back in. And this is a team that in early July was struggling. Win 1, lose 2, win 2, lose 1, back and forth.
Absolutely. They were inconsistent to start this month. A lot of their best hitters dropped off a little bit. Their pitching hit kind of a late season slump, if you will, but they've turned things around. Again, a 5-game winning streak coming into tonight's game and a 7-3 record over their last 10.
We're going to take you down to field level with General Manager Chuck Pava for Host Family Appreciation Night.
These are our host families who host our players throughout the summer. Let's give them all a big hand, folks. We've always said that our host family program is our foundation. The Gulls organization has been built with by our host families, and we're so grateful to have these people take in our players for the summer and treat them like their own. We have a very special group tonight, and we'd like to make sure we honor them and thank them for their time with us this summer. I'm going to be introducing our players with their host family. First, I'd like to introduce Jim and Pam Thomas. Jim and Pam. They are hosting Michael Mertz and Daryl Miller Jr. It's their 4th year as a host family. Michael Mertz is from Oklahoma State, and Daryl Miller Jr. is from UCLA. Now I'd like to introduce Matt and Kathleen Breed with their children, Kevin, Sean, and Andrew, who are here tonight, I believe, and Annie. They have 2 Gulls, Brendan Spagnolo and Matt Rupenthal, both from Vanderbilt University. The Breedys are in their 6th year of being a host family, folks. Turn around. Thank you so much for hospitality and generosity. You've been a host family. Now I'd like to introduce Jason and Amy Dunn and their son Mac, represented tonight by Jason Dunn. His son's playing in the baseball tournament tonight. The host families of Hunter Schreiber from Villanova University and Stephen Salter from Boston College. And they also had Tucker Baca from Arizona State, who had to go home with an injury. And that's their 6th season as a host family, folks. Thank you so much, the Dunns. Next, I'd like to introduce Dan and Jamie Witteveen. They are the hosts with their children, William and Dewey. It's their 3rd year as a host family, and they are hosting Quinn Brody from Stanford University. Thank you very much. Now I'd like to introduce, well, not here tonight, is Paul and Sherry Houston and their children, Lucy, Ella, Zach, and Anna. They hosted Carson LaRue. Let's give them a hand. They're not here tonight, folks. Wonderful family. Now I'd like to introduce Beth Spooner Willis. She's the host mom of Cooper Elliott. It's the 7th year as a host mom. She does an outstanding job for us. Thank you so much, Beth. Now I'd like to introduce George and Ann Oliver and their daughter Sky, who's representing them tonight, and they host John Littell from Oklahoma State University. And it's the 4th year as a host family. Big sister. Thank you so much. Now I'd like to introduce Mark Stamolis, Peter, Catherine, and Sam. represented tonight by Peter. And they are hosting Max Bierman from Villanova University. It's their 5th year as a host family, folks. You got a rose there. Attaboy, Pete. Thank you so much. Now I'd like to introduce Ray and Gail Berberick. They have 3 children, Jeff, Andrea, and Jimmy, and they're hosting Derek Beaupre. It's their 5th, Derek's from Miami University, and it's their 5th year as a host family. Thank you so much, Gail. Now I'd like to introduce Dan and Joe Glenning and their son Dan. They're hosting Mike Bono from Santa Clara University. It's their 4th year as a host family, folks. Thank you so much. Now I'd like to introduce Andy Bellagamba with his children Hannah, Liv, and Nate. They're hosting Drew Lugbauer from Michigan, from the University of Michigan, and this is as a host family. So much. Thank you. I'd like to introduce Peter and Carlene Regan with children Aiden and Jack. They're hosting 2 of our Gulls, Jovan Affener from the University of Kansas and Brad Wegman from University of Southern California. And it's their 7th year. Thanks so much, Regans. Now I'd like to introduce Chris and Becky Barwick. They hosted Keith Weisenberg there with their children, Elizabeth and CJ. Keith is not here. He had to go home with an injury, so he's represented by his teammate from Stanford University, Quinn Brody. It is her 1st year as a host family. Thank you so much. Now I'd like to introduce Stephen and Nicole Siebold with their children Gianna and Sophia. They're hosting Liam Sabino from Vanderbilt University. It's his 1st year as a host family. Now I'd like to introduce Jeff and Carol Bosch with their boys, Hunter and Colton. They're hosting Colton Hawk from Stanford University. It is her 8th year as a host family. Dressed for the occasion. You can tell they had no fun. Let's bring out Jeff and Beth Schomburg and Grandma. They host Jeremy Wolf from Trinity University. Look how excited he is. It's their 5th year as a host family, folks. Grandma loves making them breakfast in the morning. Thank you very much. Now I'd like to introduce Noran Warner and Paul Toback. They're hosting Reed Gamache from Binghamton University and Bradley Wilpon from the University of Pennsylvania. It's their 2nd year as a host family. Okay, now I'd like to bring out Keith and Jen Halabesco with their 2 children, Morgan and Carter. They hosted Dan Nichols from University of Georgia, who went home with an injury, and now they have Troy DeLeon and Mike Alwine, both from Roger Williams University. And it's their 2nd year as a host family. Thank you so much. Now I'd like to introduce Ken and Meredith Martin with their 2 boys, Luke and Leo. And they're hosting Sean Bouchard from the University of Los Angeles, UCLA. 2nd year as a host family. Thank you so much. I'd like to mention Rick Bruno is one of our host families who's not in attendance tonight. He hosted James Karachek. Let's give him a big hand. Thank you. Mr. Al Wise, is he down here with us? Come on, Al. You have Coach Kevin Long, our pitching coach from Miami. You're like brothers now, these 2. Thank you so much. Now I'd like to bring out Mark Horn, another host dad. He's hosted our other coaches, Coach Mike Coombs, for 11 years, folks. He's dealt with him. And Coach Ali Leva for 5 years. Thank you, Mark. I'd like to bring out Chuck and Melissa Pava and their 2 children, Lauren and Christopher. And we hosted Shay Dowling from Washington State University. It happens to be our 14th year as a host family. It's a long time. Folks, I'd like to mention those photos that they gave their host families has a personal handwritten from each one of those kids to the host families. Let's give them all a big hand once again, folks. We're so generous. We're so generous. We're so thankful as an organization to have them hosting our players. Our players won't remember all the games they play, but they will remember their host families. Thank you so much. Now last, I'd like to make a presentation to a Gull who's been here for 3 years. Come out here. Bugs is very rare in summer college baseball to play for one organization for 3 summers. Shay Donlan's returned 3rd year with us, 3 years from Washington State University. We thank his former host families, the Powells, and we welcome Shay back for our 3rd year. Shay, congratulations. This reads, Newport Gulls Baseball 3-year award presented to Shay Donlan, Washington State University, 2013, 2014, and 2015, folks. That deserves a big hand.
I'd just like to say thank you for all the support and all the fans that have come out for over the 3 years. It's honestly been the best 3 summers of my life. I love you guys very much. This is a very special place to me, all right? Hey, and lastly, Gulls fly together, baby.
Thank you so much, folks. That's our host presentation tonight. Thank you.
And that was General Manager Chuck Paiva on Host Family Appreciation. Had a great ceremony, and Jeff, you know this down in Mystic, around the entire NECBL, this league would be nowhere if not for the tremendous volunteers, not only at our fields, and we celebrated those people a couple of nights ago, but those who open up their homes to all of our players that are coming from around the country to play baseball here in New England. Many of them, most of them here in Newport, are not from anywhere remotely close to around here. They're very far from home, and all of our host families here tonight in Newport make every single one of these players feel like a member of their family and make it feel like they have friends here in town.
It's really spectacular, and if you just look at it, Shay Donlan just getting a 3-year award for being with the Gulls for 3 straight summers. He plays at Washington State. I mean, that's on the clear other side of the continental U.S., and he's been here 3 summers in a row. It just goes to show how nice the host families have been here in Newport. For a lot of families, it looks like they're housing not 1 but 2 kids, and it's very difficult to do, I imagine, but you're right. That's how the NECBL runs, is based around these host families. A lot of the top talent in the nation would not come here if it weren't for those families. So it's great that the Newport Gulls are having a host family appreciation night here on July 31st.
We are going to step aside. When we come back, we'll tell you what's going on around the rest of the NECBL. You're listening to us on the NECBL Broadcast Network. In a must-win ball game here at Cardines Field for the Newport Gulls and Mystic Schooners. That's what's going on here, but here is Alexa Schola for the first time tonight to tell you what's going on around the rest of the NECBL. Hi there, Alexa.
Hi, Rob. So in the NECBL right now, Plymouth and Danbury started their game at 5 o'clock this evening. Plymouth currently has a 5-2 lead over Danbury in the bottom of the 7th. The following games are currently being played at 6:30. Their games just started. The first is Sanford against Valley at Mackenzie Stadium. The second is North Adams against Laconia at Robbie Mills Park, and they are scoreless as well in the bottom of the first. Keene plays against Vermont at Montpelier Recreation Field. Their score is 0-0 in the bottom of the first. Plymouth is playing against Danbury at Rogers Park, and Ocean State will battle it out with New Bedford at Paul Walsh Field. Lastly, at 6:35 p.m., the Newport Gulls will take on the Mystic Schooners here at Cardines Field. Rob?
Thanks very much, Alexa. We will step aside for the last time before our national anthem. When we come back, the anthem, the lineups, the pitching matchups, and the first pitch here from Cardines Field on the NECBL Broadcast Network. It is an absolutely beautiful night for baseball here at Cardines Field. The two top teams in the Southern Division, the Mystic Schooners and the Newport Gulls, about to do battle here. And Jeff, before we get to tonight's lineups and our national anthem, these two teams, let's just talk about how much both squads have improved from last year to this year. Both squads went to the playoffs. Yes, it's hard to say that, oh man, look at the Newport Gulls, the team that won the championship last year, and look how much they've improved. Yes, they're on a championship run, but last year, this is a team that really struggled. And Mystic last year at this time got into the playoffs, but they were there limping. They were very tired. Both squads completely different, almost a complete 180 as far as preparedness for the playoffs this year.
Absolutely, and you hit the nail on the head last year with Mystic. They lost, I believe, 3 of their last 4 games, 4 of their last 5. It was not good going into the NECBL playoffs, and they were bounced in the first round last year in the playoffs. But this season, they're in the 2 spot for the first time in the Southern Division, and they want to make some noise coming up in the playoffs, and I know they want to make a little bit of noise here on the final regular season home game for the Newport Gulls.
And for the Newport Gulls, this is a team last year, and everybody who has watched Newport Gulls baseballs knows this team did get into the playoffs. They got in there on actually this day last year, securing their number 2 spot overall behind the Plymouth Pilgrims, who finished with 30 wins on the season. They went in as a 2 seed, and Nick Lima can attest to this because he and I had many conversations last year about this. This was a team that many people doubted going into the playoffs last year, a team that lost 11 out of 13 consecutive games, and if not for players like both Reed Gamache and Shea Donlin that looked at their team in late July and said, you know what, we're going to put this team on our backs and we're going to have a career season to close out the season and carry this team through the NECBL playoffs and all the way to the Fay Vincent Cup. If not for those two players, this Newport Gulls team, this was a team that was as few as 9 outs away from being eliminated from the NECBL playoffs on August 10th of 2014 up in Plymouth, Massachusetts. I know that game very well. It did not turn out well for me last year as a broadcaster sitting on the other end of this. This Newport Gulls squad this year is much different. These are a bunch of guys that, while everybody loves to play with each other and every Newport Gulls squad has camaraderie, this is a team that every game picks each other up. This is a team where the hits can come from anywhere. Come from 1 through 9 in the lineup. This is a team that supports itself and looks at the wins, like Mike Coombs said, looks at every game and says, you know what, this is not a game that is that important to win. We're in the playoffs. Let's have fun. And that's what they do. Every night they come out and they have fun. And this 2015 squad has been so tremendous to cover here. We have 2 more games left to play, including this big one here against the Mystic Schooners. As you can hear, Don O'Hanlon finishing up the starting lineups in the background. We will have our ceremonial first pitches and then the national anthem. While we wait for the anthem, let's look at tonight's starting lineups, starting with the visiting Mystic Schooners. And here is Jeff Lemon with that lineup.
For the Schooners, Mystic will lead things off with John Brucker in the DH position. Ben Ruda has moved up to the 2nd spot recently for the Schooners. He'll be back there tonight playing right field. Batting 3rd and playing 3rd base will be Rich Slanker. Behind him in the cleanup position will be Dan Hoy, followed by Aaron Hill, the shortstop in the 5 spot. Lou Ionati, Jake Myers, Jesse Berardi, and Derek Jenkins will round out the Schooner order.
We will take it down the field level for our national anthem and have the rest on the other end of this. Coming out for the anthem are the Choir School of Newport County Professional Chorus. Let's take a look at their website if we can put it up. It is thechoirschoolri.org, and they will present the Star Spangled Banner. Let's take it down to field level. Nicely done by those young ladies out there. The choir school of Newport County, the professional chorus out there. Nicely done. As we get ready for baseball, let's finish up starting with the pitching matchup for the Newport Gulls. On the mound for Newport is going to be Brendan Spagnolo. He is a righty, 2-1 on the season with a 2.46 ERA in 25 2/3 innings pitched. He has given up 11 hits, 23 strikeouts, 11 walks. He has 6 saves on the season as well, getting the nod here. Here's how the Newport Gulls will line up tonight. Jovan Afner leads off. He's in center field. Reed Gamache bats second and is at second base. Quinn Brody is the DH tonight, batting third. Drew Lugbauer at first base tonight, batting fourth. John Littell in right field. Jeremy Wolf in left, both 5 and 6 respectively. Sean Bouchard is at third base. Steven Sauter is behind the dish. He'll bat 8. And Liam Sabino is the shortstop tonight. He will round out the order.
And for Mystic on the mound, it'll be Jesse Lepore out of the University of Miami. So you can see on your television monitors, he has an 0-2 record so far for the Schooners. This will be his 5th start. He holds a 2.84 ERA over 19 innings pitched. Pitched very well against New Bedford in his last start on July 22nd. Although Lepore picked up the loss, he went 6 strong innings, his longest outing of the season, only allowing 1 run and scattering 6 hits while striking out 6 batters as well.
Your umpires for the night: on the dish is Charlie Campbell, and Keith Peterson is on the bases, taking care of everything between the lines. It is a gorgeous night in the city by the sea, 81 degrees with a 9-mile-an-hour southwesterly wind here at Cardines Field. There is the American flag at the Visitor Center right across the street from Cardines Field, and we are getting ready for first pitch here in Newport. And Jeff, I don't know about you, I've been geared up for this ball game all day. This is going to be an exciting ball game. 2 teams that love playing each other. They love the rivalry that has been really invigorated this season and renewed. And tonight, I mean, what do you expect? These are 2 squads that have both blown each other out. These are 2 squads that have played close ball games. Newport has a nod, 3-2 in the season series, but Mystic got the best of Newport in their last meeting, a walk-off victory in, that was 2 meetings ago, a walk-off victory in Mystic, Connecticut. It was a game that they should have won, if we're being honest here, that they should have won on the 18th of July in Mystic as well.
Absolutely, and you mentioned there's been a couple of lopsided games here this season, but then the last 2, there have been 2 games where the team that was leading late in that game that should have won ended up losing. You had Newport back on the 4th of July, Spagnolo on the mound with a 2-run lead in the 9th. He gives up 3 runs and Mystic walks off. And then July 18th, it's a 3-1 Mystic lead heading into the 8th at home, and the Schooners couldn't get it done. They bring Teddy Turner in, who did not give up a run all season long up to that point, and he comes in, he gives up 2 runs in the 8th to tie things up, and then an unearned run in the 9th inning gave Newport the lead, and they were able to hold on. So honestly, Rob, I don't know what to expect here. It's great that this rivalry will come down to such an important game. So for this season, this game has so much meaning still. If any of the games over the last week went any other way, if Mystic dropped any of these games during a 5-game winning streak, if Newport continued their 8-game winning streak and pushed it to 10 games, this game would not mean much. Newport would already have first place locked up. But the way the Schooners have been battling, they have a shot here to still finish in first place if they're able to defeat the Newport Gulls here tonight.
We are getting ready for first pitch, and John Brucker, the designated hitter for the Mystic Schooners, digs in. The Schooners are in their road grays, the Carolina blue on the back, white numbers, and the gray sleeves. I love the 2-tone uniform from Mystic. As Brendan Spagnolo winds, kicks, and deals. That one is line to right field. In comes Littell. 1 pitch, 1 out for the Newport Gulls, and Spagnolo threw a fastball belt high, and John Brucker just did not get everything on it.
No, he did not. And John Brucker, however, has been swinging a very hot bat for Mystic as of late. He was 4 for 4 against Ocean State on Tuesday with 4 RBIs and 4 singles. And that came 4 days after he was 6 for 7 at Danbury with 6 singles. He just told me in the post-game interview that he's just looking to put the bat on the ball any way he can. He got a nice contact on that first pitch of the game from Spagnolo, but the grab was made out and right by John Littell.
First pitch to Ben Ruda is a called strike. 0-1. Spagnuolo, fastball, slider, changeup. He will come from over the top, three-quarter, and submarine as he kicks and deals. That one is a grounder. Chopped up with it is Lugbauer. He has to go to Spagnuolo for the toss, and Spagnuolo cannot handle it. It's going to be an error on, I believe it's going to be Spagnuolo. It will be in and out of the glove of Brendan Spagnuolo. Reaching on the error is Ben Ruda.
A nice play from Lugbauer, who is usually behind the plate for the Gulls. And Spagnuolo, although he was a little late getting to the bag, would have had Ruda in time, but just couldn't handle the transfer. And Mystic has their first base runner of the game.
Time is called here as Lugbauer can get a pair of sunglasses. But while we have a moment, let's check in with Alexa Schola. There is a final in Danbury, Connecticut. And let's see what it is. Hi, Alexa.
Hi, Rob. So the Pilgrims win the first of two games here at Danbury, 5-3. The second game of the doubleheader will be starting at 7 p.m.
Well, that shores up one of many scenarios here as the first pitch from Rich Slinker is fouled away, 0-1. Tons of scenarios, over 30 in total when you play the what-if game in the NECBL Southern Division, as far as possible playoff venues, including a possible 10 a.m. game for the Newport Gulls to go and continue Game 2 of their split doubleheader. Diving back to the bag is Ben Ruda. He is in there safely.
So with the win, the Pilgrims now trail Ocean State by just 2 games for that fourth and final playoff spot.
Back diving again is Ben Ruda. He was in there very closely. Spagnuolo comes set, 0-1 to Slanker. He kicks and deals, and that one misses high and in, ball 1.
Rich Slanker enters tonight's game for the Schooners on a 10-game hitting streak. The man over at first base, Ben Ruda, has a 19-game hitting streak that he brings in to tonight's contest against the Newport Gulls. As Slanker has really come on late here in the season.
Snap throw back to first base again. And back standing this time is Ben Ruda. And Brendan Spagnuolo is very wary of Ben Ruda at first base.
And for Slanker, of the 10 games during that hitting streak, 8 have been multi-hit games.
This one is chopped foul. Will reset. 1-2 to Slanker. When we get a moment after this at bat from Slanker, we will set the defense for the Newport Gulls. Spagnuolo shakes off Steve Sauter multiple times. Checks the runner, gets one he finally likes. Time called now by Rich Slanker.
Slanker also enters today's game top hitter on the Schooners team in terms of average, hitting .346 entering this contest.
The 1-2, well high, ball 2 to Slanker. These are two teams. I want to talk about games that could possibly go long. Both teams tied in the NECBL for tops with free passes taken. The Newport Gulls and Mystic Schooners both 164 walks on the season. Here's the 2-2. That one swung on, chopped foul, lined foul, and almost clipped the third base coach for the Schooners.
And we can see Slanker's approach already in the first couple of pitches of this at bat, trying to drive the ball to the left-hand side of the field. He's put a couple down the line, but they've both kicked foul so far.
Spagnuolo shakes off another sign from Sauter, comes set now. Kicks and deals the 2-2. Strike 3 call outside part of the plate. Slinker down by way of the K. There are 2 down, and while we have a moment, let's set the defense for the Newport Gulls. At third base is Sean Bouchard. Liam Sabino is at short. Reed Gamache at second. Drew Lugbauer at first base for the first time. Left to right, Wolf, Abner, and Littell. Steve Sauter does the catching for Brendan Spagnuolo. 2 down here in the first inning, and a big strikeout there for Brendan Spagnuolo.
It was a great pitch, framed on the outer half as Spagnuolo again checks on Ruda over at first base.
One of the more interesting defensive stats for the Newport Gulls, they are 22 for 50 catching would-be base stealers. That is the best percentage in the NECBL. The first pitch to Dan Hoy. Misses low, ball 1. I believe, and I'll double check this, that they are tied for caught stealing. They are. They're tied with the Sanford Mainers, but they have a better percentage as far as how many would-be base stealers they have caught. The 1-0 is a call strike on the outside part of the plate, 1-1.
Hoy 2 for 3 against the Waves. His last time out with a couple of singles, 2 walks, and 2 runs. Didn't have an RBI in that contest, but he leads the team with 30 of those. That's good enough for second in the NECBL.
The 1-1 to Hoy. That one is swung on, chopped. Sabino comes on, fields the ball, fires over to first. It's going to be high, and not in time. Sabino pulls off Drew Lugbauer, who cannot make the tag, and it should be an error on the shortstop. It is. It's the second error of the inning. This one goes to Liam Sabino, who in the last 2 games has made some spectacular plays. That time, a wide throw.
Just looked a little bit too casual from Sabino, trying to end the inning by going directly to first base. Pulled Lugbauer off the bag. It looked like he may have clipped Hoy around the first base bag, but they say he missed him, and Hoy is in to first base with Ruda now standing on second.
So another out given away here by the Newport Gulls. There are still 2 down. Aaron Hill comes up. Time called that Steve Sauter will head out and speak to Brendan Spagnolo. Aaron Hill for the for the Mystic Schooners, batting .262, but he plays a lot better offensively than his batting average, which is good at .262, but it plays a lot better than his batting average speaks to.
He's got a .380 OBP, picks up a lot of walks. Aaron's second on the team with 20 walks.
This one is chopped high to Sean Bouchard, who's going to go to third himself. It'll be a fielder's choice, 5 unassisted, and that is the out. That retires the side. 2 errors in the inning are harmless, and the Newport Gulls come up with no score here at Cardines Field. We'll be right back on the NECBL Broadcast Network. Welcome back in here to Cardines Field, everybody. We're going to pause for 10 seconds for station identification.
NCTV 18 Newport County, the World Wide Web, and on DVD. This is Newport Gulls Baseball on the NECBL Broadcast Network.
Back in here at Cardines Field, as you saw some of our fans watching from beyond the fences here at Cardines. A picture-perfect night for baseball here. And Jeff, this I believe is your first official trip to Cardines Field. What do you think of this Centurion ballpark?
Man, I love it. When I drove up here, I wasn't really sure where the field was, to be honest, but it's just smack dab in the middle of a great neighborhood here in Newport, and the fan support is like I've never seen. You don't get this type of crowd down in Mystic, hopefully one day, but here at Cardines Field, a great atmosphere, and you said it, you couldn't get a better night for baseball, not a cloud in the sky. It's a nice warm day, but not too hot, and we'll see if the Newport Gulls on a night like this can clinch the Southern Division for another year.
While we have a moment and Jesse Lepore gets his warm-ups, let's set the defense for the visiting Mystic Schooners. Here once again is Jeff Lemon.
Well, for the Schooners, they will have Jake Myers out in left field with Derek Jenkins playing center. And over in right field tonight for the Schooners will be Ben Ruda. Going left to right across the infield, Rich Slanker will be at third. Aaron Hill will play shortstop. Jesse Berardi will be at second base, with the first baseman being Dan Hoy. Behind the plate and doing the catching will be Lou Iannotti. And starting on the mound for the Schooners will be Jesse Lepore.
Jovan Afner will lead off. Afner is the hottest hitter for the Newport Gulls. He leads the team in multiple offensive categories, including batting average, hits, runs scored, RBIs. He is just an all-around great player. And Afner is in the top 10 of NECBL hitters. As the first pitch he sees is a called strike from Lepore on the outside part of the plate. 0-1. Working quickly, Lepore kicks, deals, and that misses low. Ball 1. Lepore, who we have not seen in Newport, has a very explosive delivery, really rears back and just fires. That one is lined. It's going to get through for a hit. Jovan Afner collects the first hit for the Newport Gulls here in their final home game of the regular season with a stand-up say a stand-up single. That is a tribute to our friends up in Plymouth.
And for Lepore, you're right, he really gets a lot of velocity behind that fastball, but when it's coming in that hot, that means when it makes contact with a bat, it's coming off strong too, and that ball was just roped by Afner into right field. And for Joven, he's hit the big 5-0, 50 hits now on the season, 5th in the NECBL.
Check swing by Reed Gamache. It is called a ball. They will not check to the center of the diamond, which is actually surprising, as Gamache at least gave a timid swing enough to check. But it'll be 1-0 to the second baseman for Newport. Here's the pitch. Misses low, ball 2. As Lepore, I believe, if I got the scouting report correct, fastball, curveball, and a changeup. 3 pitches, all thrown effectively, all thrown at any random part in the count. He has no problems and no qualms throwing that curveball any point in the ball game. He steps off. He's going to reset as there'll be a 2-0. Reed Gamache will do some maintenance on the right-handed batter's box. Lepore kicks, deals, and that one misses away, ball 3. And these are two teams that, with every walk collected, will take the league lead and then tie the league lead. Back and forth they will go, but walks will be very telling for both squads.
They're absolutely crucial.
The 3-0 is a get-me-over fastball for a called strike. Kind of downplays it a little bit. That fastball was still very well thrown in the outer part of the plate. You knew a fastball was coming, but not just a meatball there from Jesse Lepore, who will set. Afner is at first. Here's the pitch. That one is hit to right center field. Going over is Ben Ruda. Coming over at the wall is Derek Jenkins, who caught it right in front of the Newport Gulls sign out there in right center field. Went all the way up against the fence. That ball hung up there a long time.
And it just kept on carrying, and Jenkins was pinned right up against the fence there. Awkward fence here at Cardines Field. It comes out and then goes back out towards the deeper part of center, and where it kind of squares off there and right center field is where Jenkins made the grab. A loud out from Gamache, but an out nonetheless for the Schooners.
That brings up Quinn Brody as the first pitch to Brody is grounded at second base off of the glove of Berardi, and that will put Gulls at first and second. That's going to be an infield single, not an infield single, no doubt single for Quinn Brody, as it was hard hit and a good call there by Billy McNeil to give Brody that single. Very hard play there for Berardi, as that was just on a line to second base. Tough hop, too.
Yeah, the first 2 hits from the Gulls have been hard hit to the right side, and Berardi almost made a play on it. It kicked off of his glove, but made its way into right field. And like the Schooners had in the top half of the first, the Gulls have 2 men on with an out.
First pitch to Drew Lugbauer swung on and fouled back. Lugbauer has a .460 on-base percentage. That is a league-leading on-base percentage. He has 33 walks on the season. That is a league lead. He has 26 doubles, which is good for second overall in the league. Comes in at .277 in a big spot for Newport. The pitch is a breaking ball. It misses high, sweeping into the lefty. 1-1.
Lugbauer 3 for 14 against the Schooners so far this season, with 3 runs, a triple, and a double.
The pitch swung on, fouled back. We will reset and do it again.
Lugbauer also second in the NECBL in runs scored. He leads the Gulls with 29.
I couldn't read my own handwriting. That's what he was second in the league. I said doubles. That is far from the truth. Drew Lugbauer is fleet of foot, but only has 8 doubles on the season. I was trying to figure out where I made my mistake. But Drew pinwheels the bat from the left side. It'll be a 1-2 pitch to him. Here it is. Swung on, chopped to first base. Playing it on the backhand is Dan Hoy, who throws to second base. The ball gets away, and the bases are loaded for Newport.
And what happened there is Hoy throws towards second, and it just hits Brody in the back. It hits him as he was sliding into second base, and it kicks away from Hill. Luckily, it didn't get too far, and Afner could not come around and score, but for Mystic, really could have used an out there. The easier play would have been at first. I know it would have put second and third on for the Gulls, and you wouldn't have gotten that middle runner, but the Schooners would have liked an out there, and now it's bases loaded with just one out for John Littell.
Well, John Littell comes up with runners on. He is batting .220 on the season. With the bases loaded, he has no average, but with runners in scoring position, batting .235. Littell on the season batting .294, again in a huge spot for Newport. Bases full of Gulls. The pitch misses low, ball one.
For the Schooners, a double play would get them out of this inning. But John Littell, a very good hitter for the Gulls, especially with runners in scoring position.
Schooners have turned 32 double plays this season. Coming set is Jesse Lepore. The pitch is a breaking ball just outside 2-0, and it seems like Lepore is going to use that curveball mostly away, regardless of lefty or righty, trying to work away from both guys. The 2-0 to Littell. Swung on, and that's lifted to center field deep. Going back is Jenkins. He is in the triangle, makes the catch. Coming home to score is Jovan Apner. Sacrifice fly. RBI, John Littell. The Gulls take a 1-0 lead here in the first.
Couldn't ask for a better start if you're Newport, trying to clinch the division here tonight, and you get to Lepore early. We'll see what that does to the sophomore's confidence, but the Gulls strike quickly. Littell gives that one a ride, and the sacrifice fly brings in Afner for the first run of the game.
That brings up Jeremy Wolf, who has seen his batting average continue to climb. Wolf is batting .306 here on the season in his 39th game of the NECBL season. The first pitch he sees, big swing and a miss. 0-1.
And this is one of the last guys Mystic wants to face. Wolf is 8 for 17 with 6 runs and 5 RBIs in 5 games against the Schooners this season. He's had a 3-hit game against them, a 4-hit game, and a couple of 2-hit games, I believe.
This one misses away. Ball 1 to Jeremy Wolf. We have seen Wolf have signs of power. Wolf on the season, 3 home runs, including a big one a couple of weeks ago against Plymouth. Was not here, was actually in Plymouth. That won game 1 of a doubleheader up there at Forges Field. This one is swung on and missed 1 and 2.
And he had a home run right here at Cardines Field back on June 5th against the Schooners. He went 2 for 5 in that game with 3 runs and 3 RBIs, including that home run, as Newport won that game 9-0.
Coming set is Jesse Lepore, 2 down here in the first. Swung on and missed. He got Wolf down by way of the K. The Newport Gulls, though, score a run and take the first lead of this ball game after 1 inning, 1-0 in favor of the Newport Gulls, looking to clinch the division here at Cardines Field. We'll be right back on the NECBL Broadcast Network. If you're watching this live, you're watching via the NECBL Broadcast Network, but if you're watching this on one of our multiple affiliates, we're going to pause real quickly and take care of all of our copyright responsibilities. We'll be right back. Fans, this is a reminder that this copywritten telecast is the exclusive property of the Newport Gulls Baseball Club and the New England Collegiate Baseball League, presented by the authority of the NECBL Broadcast Network for the entertainment of our listening and viewing audience, and may not be reproduced, recorded, or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game cannot be disseminated without the express written consent of the Newport Gulls and the Commissioner's Office of the New England Collegiate Baseball League. Welcome back into Cardines Field. Rob Massey, Jeff Lemon, Alexa Shola, and Billy McNeil here in the nest. We go to the second inning, 1-0 in favor of the Newport Gulls. And Jeff, while the Newport Gulls got on the board in the bottom of the first inning with 1 run on a sacrifice fly, the top of the first defensively looked very tough for Newport, and the Schooners need to capitalize on those opportunities.
Yeah, they absolutely do, and they weren't able to in the first inning. And it's a very big game here in Newport. Obviously a big ceremony beforehand, appreciating the host families. And with a game like this, with first place on the line, with only a couple games left in the season, there's obviously going to be some nerves and some anxiety out there when that first ball is hit to you. And that's what we saw with the Gulls in the first inning. But fortunately for them, Spagnolo bounced back nicely and got Hill to ground out to end the inning without any damage done.
Brendan Spagnolo on the mound for his second inning of work. Kicks and deals to Lou Ionati. Misses away, ball 1. Lou Ionati bats .259 on the season for Mystic. Here's the 1-0. That misses away, ball 2. And if I were to pick a favorite from Mystic, Ionati's up there on my list. I don't have an official favorite, but he always looks like that Ken Griffey Jr. type of player that just looks like he's a little leaguer going out there and having fun every ball game. As that one misses away, ball 3, and I've always enjoyed watching him play.
He's got a beautiful swing, and he's very good behind the plate as well, and he's been hot over his last 3 games, 7 hits over that span.
3-0, misses low, ball 4. That's the first walk of the night, and right now the Mystic Schooners take the league-leading 165th free pass on their season, and they have the leadoff man aboard for the first time here tonight, and that brings up Jake Myers. The Schooners don't play a lot of small ball, but they play more National League ball than they do American League ball, and I wouldn't be surprised, especially in such an important game, to see small ball early here.
Yeah, we'll see if Myers lays down the bunt. Doesn't show it there.
Pitch misses low to Myers, ball 1.
And for Ionati, that's his 21st walk in the season. He has 80 at-bats for the Schooners, so basically 1 out of every 4 at-bats. Ionati is going to pick up a free 90 and get himself on base.
The 1-0. That one swung on, that's fouled. As Billy Bean would be a very big fan of Lou Ionati because, well, he can get on base.
Absolutely.
And that's one of the things offensively that when you look at the Newport Gulls as well as the Mystic Schooners, they say, well, how do they produce runs? And they get on base by any means necessary. Hooker by crook, a lot of free passes, 164 free passes in 41 games for both squads. That's a lot of walks in such a small amount of time.
And that's why these two teams are at the top of the league in runs scored as well.
Speaking of getting on by hook or by crook, Jake Myers gets hit, I believe, in the chest when he squared to bunt. Pulled back and got plunked there by Brendan Spagnuolo. That looked like it really hurt. He did. He got caught right in the center of the chest. But he seems to be fine. I tell you what, hats off to him for taking one like that.
Yeah, baseball players wear a lot of different protective wear at the plate, but none right there in the chest. And you can see him at first base still holding that spot as he walked a little bit slower than he usually would down to first, but the Schooners have 2 on now.
Pitch to Jesse Berardi is a called strike, 0-1. With the exception of Derek Jenkins, every member of the starting 9 for the Mystic Schooners batting above 240. Berardi batting 241 on this season from the left side. Waves the bat, runners at first and second. Nobody down here for Mystic, trying to answer back with the Gulls run in the first, as that one is over at the knees on the outside part of the plate, 0-2.
And Berardi today gets the start over Nick Michelli, who was 1 for 3 against Ocean State back on Tuesday. Berardi replaced him in the 6th inning of that game and went 0 for 2 at the plate.
The pitch, that one is swung on, a little blooper to Drew Lugbauer at first. He will take the easy play at first. 1 down, runners advance to second and third, and Berardi did his job.
He did. He moved the runners up, and that was what the Schooners should have done in the last half inning with that ground ball to Hoy. Instead of trying to force the ball into second, they should have just taken the out at first to put runners at second and third for Newport. But Lugbauer, smart play there, didn't want to jam it into second base and try and get the lead runner in Myers. Just took it himself, stepped on the first base bag, and got his team an out.
So 90 feet away is a tying run for Mystic. Only 1 down. Derek Jenkins takes a ball away, ball 1. Fly ball would mean a run here as the outfield for Newport playing fairly deep. Spagnuolo looks into Steve Sauter. First time these two have pitched to one another. The pitch swung on and missed. A nice breaking ball there. Derek Jenkins out on his front foot.
Jenkins was not in the lineup back on Tuesday. C.J. Moore was. And after Moore went 0 for 4 at the plate with 3 strikeouts, Schooners trying to shake things up a little bit with Jenkins, who comes in batting .212 but has 23 runs, which is second on the team.
The 1-1, that one is fouled away. 1-2 to Derek Jenkins.
Better call. Newport Glass.
Spagnuolo, long look into Steve Sauter again. Time called there by Derek Jenkins, and Steve Sauter, who has just joined the Newport Gulls in the last week or so, working with this pitching staff for the first time. Very difficult as a pitcher to work with somebody new, especially a new battery mate who's calling the ball game for you. And it's not a trust factor, but it's a comfort level that's the issue.
Absolutely.
The 1-2 misses high, ball 2.
And with Sauter behind the plate, it puts Lugbauer over at first for the first time tonight. So there you kind of drop the comfort level a little bit if you're the Newport Gulls defensively.
2-2, grounded to Sabino at shortstop. He fires across the diamond. It's not going to be in time. It pulls Drew Lugbauer off the bag. That's going to be an infield single for Derek Jenkins. And an RBI is coming home to score was Lou Iannotti. We are knotted at 1.
Great hit by Jenkins, one of the fastest guys on this lineup for the Schooners, and he just took off running down that first baseline. He knew he had a shot to get in safely. The throw wasn't great from Sabino, but the speed from Jenkins got him there before the play anyway, and the Schooners with a great bounce back inning, able to tie things up here in the second.
A walk, a hit batter, and a single has touched Brendan Spagnuolo here in the second inning. Top of the order again for the Schooners, John Brucker, who flew out to right field on a line. First pitch he saw was a fastball, and he took it out to right. Didn't get all of it, but could have been much more dangerous had he did, as Spagnuolo steps to third and looks at first. NCAA baseball, the only time that you can see that not called a balk anymore. A ridiculous rule change by Major League Baseball with the complaints of left-handed pitchers. The pitch to Brucker misses away, ball 1. And I say it's ridiculous because, you know, with basically 25 years of watching baseball that I can remember since I was about 5 years old, I've never seen the fake to third, throw to first ever work.
No, not once. It's not used very often.
Pitch is fouled back. It'll be 1-1. So for Major League Baseball to change that rule a couple of years ago because lefties can't fake to their base, they can't fake to third, it was one of the many rule changes that Major League Baseball has made that makes no sense and hinders the game more than it really helps. The 1-1 to John Brucker here in the second inning. Runners at the corners, fire over to first base, and Lugbauer in the dirt after that ball, as he's battling the sun that's coming right over the third base grandstands into right field. The shadows creeping across the field have not overtaken the infield yet. The 1-1, the runner goes. There's a call strike. The throw down to second base is not going to be in time. Stolen base for Derek Jenkins. And now there are 2 runners in scoring position with just 1 down.
Jenkins now 10 for 12 in stolen base attempts this season. Those 10 stolen bags are second on the team. He only trails Aaron Hill, who has 13. But that puts another runner in scoring position now for the Schooners.
Spagnuolo kicks and deals. The 1-2 swung on, grounded, foul. Foul ball. Reset. We'll do it again. Time called as somebody is going after the baseball now over there. I think we've retrieved it. We will resume here as John Brucker pinwheels the bat. Spagnuolo gets a sign he likes. The 1-2 swung on, foul. That's off of Steve Sauter and our home plate umpire Charlie Campbell. We'll reset. We'll do it again. If Brucker were to reach, we would see Ben Ruda with at least the bases loaded and only 1 down as that pitch misses away, ball 2.
And the way Brucker has turned things around this month for the Schooners has been really incredible. On July 7th, he was hitting 175. He's now up to 286 average with 28 hits now in 29 games.
2-2 swung on, foul. Foul ball first base side. We'll reset. We'll do it again. As he's really getting good wood on these baseballs, trying to pull the ball down the first base side. You can tell that he is a straight pull hitter.
Absolutely. Everything is either right up the middle over the second base bag, or he tries blooping it over the second base a lot of times.
Spagnuolo sets again, kicks, deals the 2-2, swung on, and that one is through for a hit, just past Drew Lugbauer's glove. The throw into the plate is going to be cut off. The play at first by Drew Lugbauer is not in time. RBI single for John Brucker. The Schooners take the lead.
Another hit, another single for John Brucker, and it's just more of the same from John. He's found his swing over the last week, and he drives that one just past the outstretched glove of Lugbauer. And Myers is able to come around from third, and the Schooners take a 2-1 lead.
The right fielder, number 11.
And that brings up Ben Ruda, who reached on an error in the first inning. An error by Brendan Spagnuolo. Spagnuolo sets, runners at the corner, still just one down. The pitch is low, ball one. That gets some groans from the Cardines faithful as fans still pile in here at Cardines Field. Another great crowd here in the city by the sea. Ruda pinwheels the bat, the dangerous lefty. Awaits the 1-0. That one is lifted high to right field. Going back is Littell, going back is Afner. It's off of the right center field wall. Afner could not get the catch. Coming in to score is Derek Jenkins. And it is a stand-up double for Ben Ruda, an RBI double. And it is a three-run inning for the Mystic Schooners.
Ruda now has 52 hits on the season. That's his 11th double, which moves him into a first-place tie in the team with his Wagner teammate Nick Michelli. And with that 11th double, Ruda is now tied for fourth in the league in that statistical category, but that ball was just ripped off the fence in center field.
Yeah, and Jovan Afner really went up against the fence, and our trainer is heading out to center field to check on Jovan Afner, as Jeremy Wolf and now John Littell will join the center fielder for the Newport Gulls. Afner looks like he might have cut his head when he hit the fence, being tended to. Right above I believe it is the left eye. But he seems to be okay. Our trainers are taking a look at it, and so is Jeremy Wolf is looking at it as well. Everybody seems to be laughing out there as Wolf is playing doctor. He is not a doctor, but he did stay at a Holiday Inn Express once. It seems that Afner is going to take nothing short of, all right, go get him, from our training staff. Mike Coombs has not joined the trio out there. Neither has Al Leyva. Yep, there is Coombs now heading out and checking on Jovan. And this is a conversation I would like to hear between Coombs and Afner, as everybody is seemingly in good spirits over there. Yeah, Coombs has got Afner laughing.
That's always a good sign.
And Jovan is the type of athlete that does not want to be taken out of any games, and there is the pat on the back. We're going to continue baseball here as Mike Coombs walks from the longest part of the ballpark and wonders why he was beckoned all the way out there. Nice job by our training staff, and a nice hand there for Jovan Afner. I remember in situations like this, when my brother was playing, my brother and I were playing baseball, he would make a play. He was a second baseman and a gritty catcher. And whenever he would take like a hard hit at the dish or something like that, he'd lay on the ground and wait for our coach to come out. And my coach was like, "Hey, you are?" He's like, "Yeah, I'm waiting long enough to see how long it'll take me to get an applause when I sit up."
It's a great move.
I wonder if Jovan did a little bit of that, figuring, oh, if I bring everybody out here, I'll get a nice hand. And everybody will forget about what happened, and kind of ices the Mystic Schooners.
Well, it stops their momentum for now, but Slanker comes up
Pitch to Slanker, lined, almost hit John Brucker over there at third base. And it seems like the delay did not phase Rich Slanker at all.
And that's the third time this game Slanker has just belted one down the left field line. All have hooked fouled, though. Again, it's clear where he's trying to go, right into left field. A base hit might score 2.
Pitch is low, ball 1. 3-1 your score, though point streak says 4. But it is 3-1 here in the City by the Sea. The pitch misses just inside, ball 2.
Slanker 0 for 1 today so far with a strikeout back in the first inning. Trying to redeem himself here with a couple of runners in scoring position.
Spagnuolo trying to get out of this inning. Already touched for 3 runs. The pitch misses low, ball 3 to Rich Slanker. Dan Hoy waits on deck. The 3-1 swung on and belted to the left side. Foul ball into the stands. 3-2 to Slanker, and he has hit every ball very, very hard.
Very, very hard, but all foul again, and he'll have to protect here with a full count pitch coming.
Coming set is Spagnuolo, infield in for the Gulls. The pitch. Strike 3 called outside, inside part of the plate, excuse me. Slanker down by way of the K for the second time in as many at-bats. And a huge out again for Brendan Spagnuolo.
Another great breaking ball from Spagnuolo. That one cut late, but just got over the inner half of the plate. Slanker didn't like the call. He was jogging down towards first base, but he's retired for the second out of the inning.
2 down, the infield will take a step back, and the pitch to Dan Hoy misses away. Ball 1. Hoy reached on an error his first time up.
Hoy comes in hitting .288 for the Schooners with 34 hits. That's third on the team. Leads the team in home runs with 5.
The pitch misses low, ball 2 to Dan Hoy.
Also leads the team in walks with 25. He's one of 3 players on the Schooners roster with 20-plus walks on the season. And he only trails Drew Lugbauer over at first base in walks earned this season.
Pitch is swung on and missed. Big cut there by Hoy. Just tipped it. 2-1. Drew Lugbauer has 33 free passes, leading the league. Hoy waves the bat from the right side. Spagnuolo comes set, gets a sign he likes, kick steals the 2-1, is lifted to center field deep. Afner still going back. It's going to drop in for a hit. 1 run's going to score. Coming around and scoring is Ben Ruda. Into second base standing is Dan Hoy. It is a 2 RBI double, and the wheels have come off here for the Newport Gulls in the second inning.
He got all of that one. A perfect ball to the gap for Dan Hoy. No one was going to get to that one as it one-hops the fence out in left center. And for a Hoy, that is his 7th double of the season, and it couldn't have come at a bigger time. Clears the bases, and the Schooners have scored 5 this inning off of Spagnuolo.
And time called as Steve Sauter heads out to speak to Brendan Spagnuolo. Manager Mike Coombs and Kevin Long now standing at the dugout, contemplating possibly a move. And the bullpen looks on from left field as well. Nice hit there by Dan Hoy, who, as you said, got all of that right off the sweet spot of the bat.
And that brings his season total of RBIs up to 32 on the year, still second in the NECBL in that category.
Time called now, and here comes manager Mike Coombs to go out and speak, and that's going to be a quick change. We are going to have a pitching change here in the second inning. Brendan Spagnuolo chased from this ball game. We'll have a new pitcher on. I'll tell you all about him on the other end of this. You're listening to us on the NECBL Broadcast Network. New pitcher on the mound for the Newport Gulls, Max Bierman, making his debut for the Newport Gulls on the mound. Bierman, who had a high, last time it seems like he has pitched, looking at our media guide, was when he was in high school. He had a career 150 ERA, 5-0 before he was at Villanova. Making his debut. Last time we saw Bierman on the mound was actually technically not his it's his debut in an NECBL game. He did pitch against the Wareham Gatemen in an exhibition game early on in the season, but Max Bierman is relieving Brendan Spagnolo here in the second inning.
And this is an interesting move from the Gulls. As you mentioned, Rob, the first NECBL action for Bierman tonight, and I expected him to see him over at first base tonight for the Gulls, but instead he comes out of the pen in a big spot here in the second inning with his team trailing by 4. The Gulls will need him to go a couple scoreless innings if they want to remain in this game.
Bierman sets, the righty checks the runner, kicks and deals. That one swung on, fouled back by Aaron Hill, 0-1. Bierman was the NECBL Player of the Week last week for his offensive production, hitting nearly 700 last week. He stands 6'7". On the mound, comes set, and is in a big jam here. 2 down, runner in scoring position. The pitch is outside, ball 1.
Bierman, as you mentioned, Rob, had an absolute tear at the plate. 13 for 19 a week ago at the plate with 9 runs, 3 doubles, and 7 RBIs over a 5-game span. But over his last 3, he was 0 for 9 at the plate, which may be a reason why he's out of the lineup to start here tonight.
The 1-1 swung on and missed by Aaron Hill. Blew a fastball by him. 1-2.
As you mentioned, he's a big guy out there on the mound, so he has a lot of velocity coming behind that fastball, and that will not get any easier to hit if you're the Mystic Bats. That's going to be coming in strong all game long as Bierman is out on the hill.
Bierman sets. The 1-2 pitch to Hill. Misses away, ball 2. Bierman thought he had strike 3, took a step towards the dugout. Will reset. It'll be 2-2. Five to 1 in favor of the Mystic Schooners here in the second inning. Bierman checks the runner. Winds, kicks, deals. Out swung on over our heads. We'll reset, we'll do it again. Bierman's dealing to Aaron Hill. It seems like it's from what I've seen, fastball and a changeup. I've not seen any sort of breaking ball as of yet. We did see Bierman throw a bullpen session in Valley a couple of nights ago. I thought it was going to be more of an emergency situation. The 2-2. Strike 3 called. He got a strikeout. First strikeout in his NECBL career for Max Bierman. Shuts down the Mystic Schooners, who put 5 up here in the second inning. And after 1.5, 5-1 in favor of the Newport Gulls. We'll be right back on the NECBL Broadcast Network.
The New England.
Well, the late hot rod Rowdy Roddy Piper used to say, just when you thought you had all the answers, I changed the questions. And the Newport Gulls changed the question, putting Max Bierman on the mound in the top of the second inning. And Bierman got a strikeout from Aaron Hill, the 9th man to bat for the Mystic Schooners in that second inning. And Jeff, he pitched effectively through 6 pitches and got a strikeout.
He looked fine, Rob. You wouldn't know he was a first baseman strictly for the Newport Gulls if you haven't seen Max Bierman play before after that great at-bat against Hill on the mound. Hill, a NECBL All-Star last year, an NECBL All-Star this year, is not an easy guy to get out, especially with that 380 OBP coming into tonight's contest, and Bierman looked absolutely fine. That was a great pitching matchup for him, and he's able to strike out Hill to end the frame.
So the Gulls have to dig themselves out of this one. They trail 5-1 here in the second inning, and they face Jesse Lepore for the Second inning in a row as Sean Bouchard takes a called strike. 0-1 here to the third baseman for Newport as that one misses high. Ball 1 to Bouchard. Schooners answering back in a big fashion in the second inning. 5 runs. Taking back the one they were tagged for in the first as a called strike to Bouchard is a breaking ball. Nice pitch there by Lepore. Shadows have taken over pretty much all of Cardines Field here. They have not lit the lights yet as the 1-2 misses away. Ball 2 to Sean Bouchard.
But fortunately for the Gulls, they were able to put a number of men on in the first inning, scoring a run off of Lepore.
This one is fouled out of play. That'll find the streets behind us.
So they know they can score against the starting pitcher for Mystic. It's just going to be up to Lepore to see if he's up to the challenge to shut down this very strong Gulls lineup, like the Schooners lineup, has great hitters 1 through 9.
The 2-2. Strike 3 called outside part of the plate. Bouchard down by way of the K. Back-to-back strikeouts in the first and second for the Schooners. Wolf down by way of the K in the bottom of the first. Bouchard down looking here to start things off in the second, and that brings up Steve Sauter.
And Lepore has that curveball working now in the second inning. Brought it out a couple of times there against Bouchard. Framed him with the last one. A beautiful pitch on the outer half. And Bouchard goes down for the first out in the inning.
Pitch to Steve Sauter is a called strike. 0-1. Working quickly. Lepore kicks and deals. Misses away, and Lepore is in a groove as he just wants the ball back to throw right back 60 feet 6 inches.
And this is Sauter's first game against the Schooners this season. We'll see how he does in his first plate appearance.
Winds kicking and dealing is Lepore. That misses just inside 2-1. Sauter waves the bat, the 2-1, swung on, popped up. Foul territory, that'll find America's Cup Avenue. 2-2 to the number 8 man tonight for the Newport Gulls.
Sauter over just a couple of games this season, 3 to be exact, has 1 hit at the plate for the Gulls. It was a double last time out against the Pilgrims.
2-2 waving at it. They're going to say that Sauter went around, and it is a strikeout, 3rd in a row for Jesse Lepore, who is dealing right now.
It's a great pitch for Sauter. Should have continued to follow through with that swing. Just put the bat out there trying to maybe foul it off just to keep the bat alive, but Lepore blows it right past him. It'll be up to Sabino to keep the inning alive.
Liam Sabino, who defensively has really helped the Newport Gulls over the last couple of days. Actually, pretty much since he's joined, but made some tremendous plays against the Ocean State Waves and Plymouth Pilgrims over the last couple of nights here. Trying to help his offensive production. Batting .225 for Newport. Pitch swung on, chopped high. Going to be a big play for Berardi if he can make it, and he does. Berardi retires Liam Sabino on a good play at second base, ranging all the way to his right for the out. That retires the side. We're through 2, and the Newport Gulls trail 5-1 here. We'll be right back on the NECBL Broadcast Network. To the third inning we go. Max Bierman on for his first full inning of work for the Newport Gulls. And Jeff, we talked about it when he came on in the top of the second inning. Not a call either of us were expecting Mike Coombs to make here for Newport, but one that, at least in the short term, seems to have worked out.
I think it's a smart move. It's a guy that no one here in the NECBL has seen all season on the mound. There is no possible way Mystic has a scouting report for him out on the hill. So really for the Schooners, they'll just be guessing at what Bierman will be throwing here in this inning. And fortunately for Max, he's going to face the bottom part of the Mystic lineup, so at least he gets a little bit of an easier road to start this game before the top of the order comes back around for the Schooners.
We couldn't get to it in the second inning, but the final line for Brendan Spagnuolo, 1 2/3 innings pitched, 4 hits, 5 runs. All 5 were, in fact, earned. 1 walk, 3 strikeouts on the night for Spagnuolo. He is on the hook for the loss here. As the lights come on at Cardines Field, Bierman will face Ionati, Myers, and Berardi. If anybody reaches, we'll see Derek Jenkins. So it's 6, 7, and 8 for Mystic here in the third to face Max Bierman. The pitch misses high, ball 1. The 1-0 misses away, ball 2. From reports, I believe it was Blair Schneider that made the report. No, I lied. That was Meg Kirby that made the report. Jovan Hafner has a heck of a shiner over that eye. As the pitch misses away, ball 3. And as he collided with the fence on a John Brucker hit, the pitch, a called strike, 3-1. So Hafner feeling the effects. 3-1, swung on, fouled back, but he is okay other than the shiner. So, I mean, a black eye, after colliding with the fence as hard as he did, you'll take it.
Absolutely, and he looks to be okay out there in center field. Hopefully that bruise doesn't affect him at the plate in terms of vision.
Coming set is Bierman, the 3-2, swung on, fouled back. And there's no scouting report on Max Bierman, so both of us are sitting here just going to see what Bierman can deliver and how many innings he can eat up as the Gulls trail 5-1 here. And right now, for a Gulls team that may be playing an unorthodox doubleheader tomorrow, a fresh bullpen is what you need going into tomorrow. As that one's fouled, we'll reset, we'll do it again. Still a lot of baseball to be played here as we're only in the third inning. And nothing really on what Bierman has done. Has not pitched in college. The payoff, swung on, fouled. Reset, we'll do it again.
It's a great at-bat from Ionati. Walked and scored in his first time up back in the second. He'll be facing the 9th pitch from Bierman here.
Payoff again, misses high, ball 4. Walk for Lou Ionati, second in the game for Ionati, second in the game for the Mystic Schooners, and the leadoff man aboard. That's how they started the second inning.
22 walks now on the season for Ionati. Moves him into second place overall for the Schooners in that category. And you're right, Rob, they started exactly the same way. Ionati led off the second with a walk. Myers followed with a hit by pitch. We'll see what Jake can do here, though, facing a new pitcher in Bierman.
As Jake Myers comes up, he was hit in the chest as he lines this one to center field. Hafner feigned the catch, watches it drop in front of him. It's a single for Jake Myers. Runners at first and second, nobody down.
And Jake Myers, really under the radar, has been hitting very well for the Schooners all season long. He now has 26 hits in 26 games played. He was 2 for 3 against Ocean State back on Tuesday with a walk and an RBI, but quietly he's driven in runs this season. He's gotten on base, and he's scored runs for the Schooners. And for a guy who plays left field, first base, pitches, plays designated hitter, he's really all you can ask for in a ball player.
So Bierman, his first walk in his NECBL career and first hit. Given up. Faces Jesse Berardi. The pitch. Misses low, ball 1 to Berardi.
Berardi 0 for 1 today with a ground out to first back in the second inning after Ionati and Myers started the second by getting on base.
Coming set is Bierman at the chest, kicks and deals. Foul back, 1-1. keeping an eye on the important games here in the Southern Division. The Pilgrims and the Bay Sox and the Ocean State Waves. Plymouth at Danbury game 2. Ocean State at New Bedford as well. We'll check in on those here and there. The 1-1 swung on and fouled away. 1-2.
And off of Bierman so far this inning, he hasn't gotten his strikes by blowing it by hitters. It's just been Mystic fouling a lot of pitches off. And the Schooners are really seeing the Bierman fastball well so far to start, but it's only going to take one here on Berardi to have him sitting with another strikeout.
Bierman kicks and deals the 1-2, swung on, and that one is going to be blooped into left field for a hit. Wolf snags that ball, and the bases are full of Schooners here in the third. Nobody down.
The Schooners really threatening to break this one open early, as Derek Jenkins, who singled his first time up and drove in a run, will come up to the plate with the bases loaded. And Bierman, who ended the second with a flurry striking out Hill, has not been able to get the job done so far here in the third, as the first three batters for the Schooners have all reached.
Derek Jenkins comes up. He singled and has an RBI, also scored in the third inning. Bierman comes set. Still needing an out. The pitch. Swung on, fouled back. The corners are in for the Gulls. Bouchard in, and so is Lugbauer. Middle infield at double play depth. Nobody down. The Gulls will seed a run for 2 outs here. Bierman winds, kicks, deals. That is a called strike on the outside part of the plate. 0-2.
Bierman took a little bit off of that last pitch, and Jenkins was not ready for that. Just sit on it, and it came right down the middle for strike 2. Nice pitch from Bierman.
Bierman has another 1-0-2 pitch this time to Jenkins. Here it is. Strike 3 call. Jenkins down by way of the K. Second strikeout for Bierman in his outing, and a big out for Newport.
A huge out. A double play gets you out of the jam now with no runs coming across the score. But unfortunately for Bierman, the top of the order will come up for the Schooners, and John Brucker, who's been swinging the bat better than most on the Mystic roster as of late, steps in.
John Brucker steps up. 1 down here. Bases loaded for the Schooners. The pitch from Bierman misses away. Ball 1.
So Brucker with a single back in the second inning now has 11 singles over the last 5 games combined for the Schooners.
1-0, swung on and missed. Brucker well ahead of that off-speed pitch. A nice changeup by Bierman.
And it looks like Bierman is throwing that changeup a little more consistently now. He threw it a couple times against Jenkins. He's trying to change up the speeds against Mystic, who saw primarily fastball to start this inning from Bierman.
The 1-1, that one is grounded. Bierman off of his heel. A run is going to score. Everybody is safe. It's going to be an infield single for John Brucker, and Bierman got hit right off the foot on that grounder up the middle.
Almost made a nice play on that. Got his glove low enough, but it was hit so hard that it kicked in between his legs after it hit off of his ankle, and Bierman didn't have a play at any of the bases. And for the Schooners, it's another run. They lead it now 6-1.
Time called now as Kevin Long will go out and take a look at Max Bierman, see if he is okay. Bierman standing on the mound and seems to be a little shaken up. Nope, there's the smile. That $1 million smile from Max Bierman that seems to think that he's all right. They're going to wave off the visit. That's Charlie Campbell waving it off to the Mystic Schooners. And usually when you see the umpire follow a coach out to the mound, you know that it's going to be just for injury. Obviously, everybody saw Bierman get hit. So Bierman still in a jam, bases full of Schooners. with only one down. Corners playing back in double play depth. The pitch to Ben Ruda is a called strike, and Ben Ruda absolutely tattooed a ball his last time up. Got a stand-up double to one of the deepest parts of the ballpark, probably the best hit we've seen tonight.
Absolutely, and knowing Ruda, he's going to be looking for the same thing here again with the bases loaded.
The 0-1 misses away from Bierman, 1-1.
It's a very dangerous spot for the Gulls. Ruda, one of the top 5 hitters in the entire league, stands in and will try and do some one-out damage.
Bierman sets, kicks, and deals the 1-1. That one is chopped foul at first base side, 1-2. And an out here to Big Ben Ruda would be huge for Newport. We've just hit 8 o'clock here on the East Coast. Thank you for listening to us all across the USA and all around the world on Point Streak and the Newport Gulls media family around the greater New England area. As Max Bierman will deliver a 1-2 pitch to Ben Ruda. Here it is, swung on, fouled. A lot of topspin, pulled that ball back.
I think that was another off-speed pitch from Bierman. And Ruda just stayed on top of that one to foul it off and stay alive. The 5th pitch of the at-bat will be upcoming.
Ruda waves the bat from the left side. Bierman sets at the chest. Kicks, deals the 1-2, swung on, foul back. Every Mystic Schooner has battled Max Bierman in every at-bat since he's come in. Bierman really just showing a changeup and a fastball, both mixing those pitches well, but trying to work a very offensively strong team in the Mystic Schooners. The 1-2 again, swung on. That one's hit a long way to center field. Afner is coming on. He will make the catch in stride. Being held up at third base was Jake Myers. So the fly out, not only big, but keeping Jake Myers at third. A huge help for the Newport Gulls. Nice job by Afner to crow hop and scare Myers back to third.
And for Ruda, another hard hit ball. That was some clean contact off of the bat on the 1-2 pitch, but Afner is a speedy guy in center, took a couple of steps in and made the grab and made an even quicker throw back into the diamond to hold Myers.
Rich Slinker comes up, check swing. Ball is away for a ball. Slinker down by way of the K twice tonight against Brendan Spagnolo. Both looking. Both he did not like or agree with Charlie Campbell with those calls. The 1-0. Check swing is a ball.
So Slanker will still have to look to extend his 10-game hit streak. Ruda has already extended his tonight with that double in the second. It's now at 20 games. That's half of the season Ben Ruda has gotten a hit in straight games.
2-0 is a called strike on the outside part of the plate, 2-1.
And I'm not sure where that stands in terms of all-time NECBL ranks, but a 20-game hit streak has to be up near the top, I'd imagine.
The 2-1 is a called strike. It is, in fact, the longest hit streak in the NECBL. We've seen a lot of guys get 10, 11, 12, and then peter off after that. Be a 2-2 pitch to Slanker. That one's fouled back right in front of us. 2-2. Two down here in the third inning. 6-1 in favor of the Mystic Schooners in Newport. The final game at Cardines Field for the 2015 regular season. The 2-2 swung on, chopped foul. Reset will do it again. Newport and Mystic will be 2 of 4 teams in the Southern Division that will see baseball on August 3rd. Where and when is the question right now.
it's going to get even more interesting if Plymouth's able to hold on in Game 2 against Danbury. They are still not out of things, especially if New Bedford can beat Ocean State tonight.
The 2-2 pitch. Swung on, popped up. Giving chase is Lugbauer. That one will get out of play. 2-2. Actually, I should correct the record. The where and when will be August 3rd at both Fitch High School Field and here at Cardines Field. They have locked up 1 and 2 in the Southern Division, so they will both host a home game at least through the Southern Division playoffs. Trying to figure out who will be 1 and who will be 2 overall this season. The 2-2 swung on, foul, out of play. The reset will do it again.
And another great at-bat for a Schooner here in the inning. Iannotti, who scored and walked already in this inning, faced a 9-pitch at-bat against Bierman. Now Slanker will face the 9th pitch of his at-bat.
Here's the pitch. That one swung on. Oh, right into the glove of Max Bierman. Look what I found, says Max Bierman as he trots off the mound, getting out of a huge jam. And after 2.5, the Newport Gulls trail now 6-1 here at Cardines Field. They're going to come up in the bottom of the third to try to chip away at this deficit. We'll be right back on the NECBL Broadcast Network. Back here at Cardines Field, it is Host Family Appreciation Night, and the Newport Gulls trail 6-1. That's what's happening in Newport, but here is Alexa Schola to tell you what's going on around the rest of the NECBL.
Thanks, Rob. So the Plymouth Pilgrims are currently leading the Danbury Westerners 4-0 in the bottom of the fourth. They will be playing 7 innings. This is their second game of a doubleheader. Also, the Sanford Mainers are leading the Valley Blue Sox 6-0 in the top of the sixth. The North Adams Steeplecats are leading the Laconia Muskrats 4-2. They are also in the bottom of the sixth. Lastly, the Keene Swamp Bats are losing to the Vermont Mountaineers 3-0 in the bottom of the sixth. And also the Ocean State Waves and the Bedford Bay Sox are tied 1-1 in the top of the fifth. And here at Cardines Field, the Mystic Schooners are leading the Newport Gulls 6-1 in the top of the third. Rob?
Thanks very much, Alexa. Jeff Lemon is with me here on the call from the Mystic Schooners, and it's been all Mystic here in the early part of this ball game. 7 hits, 6 runs for the Schooners. Top of the order for Newport, Afner, Gamache, Brody. The pitch to Jovan Afner misses high, ball 1. Now, Meg Kirby said that Afner does have that shiner, but with him being left-handed, it's kind of hard to get a camera angle on it. The pitch from Jesse Lepore misses away, ball 2. Afner singled and scored the lone Newport Gulls run in the first inning. The 2-0 from Lepore misses away, ball 3, 3-0. Lepore has done well in his 2 innings of work. Only 2 hits, a run scored. Has 3 strikeouts on the night, including those 3 strikeouts actually came back-to-back. Wolf to end the first, Bouchard and Sauter to start the second, as the next pitch is a called strike, 3-1. Working quickly is Lepore. The 3-1, foul back, 3-2. Jovan Afner on the season, 343 batting average, had his 6th best batting average in the NECBL. He has 28 runs scored on the season. That's tied for third, and 49 hits on the season. Now 50, which is locked in the number 5 spot as he walks for the first time tonight. First walk of the night for the Newport Gulls, 165 for Newport, still trailing Mystic by 1 walk on the season. But a leadoff man on for the first time in 2 innings. Afner singled in the first inning. He walks here, and that's how they got things started in the first when they scored their first run.
And this is a big inning for the Gulls. They trail by 5, but Bierman really picked up the team with that great line drive snag to end the inning and strand the bases loaded for Mystic. So with the momentum coming at the end of that inning and the top of the lineup up for the Gulls now, this could be the inning to strike for them to trim into this Mystic lead.
The 1-0 misses inside, ball 2. Gamache flew out to center field his first time up. He waves the bat from the right side. As Jesse Lepore sets the pitch, misses high, Popping out is Lou Iannotti, who looked to first base but did not throw, and he will now go out to the mound to speak to his hurler.
It's a second batter in a row. Lepore has gotten himself into a 3-0 count jam. And Gamache, a very patient hitter up there at the plate, will most likely be taking this next pitch, as Iannotti probably just telling Lepore to get this one over for a strike and then go from there with a man on first.
Nine pitches so far, 7 balls. That one is a called strike. As Reed Gamache took all the way. The old adage used to be when you're up 3-0, take 2, make him throw you 2 strikes. But Gamache, as good of a hitter as he is, may have the green light here, 3-1. Lepore comes set, kicks, deals. That one is lined past the glove of Jesse Berardi, who made a great leap. It is a single for Reed Gamache, and the Gulls have something going here in the third.
Berardi did a nice job trying to time that hop, but unfortunately that ball was just hit too high. There was no way Berardi was going to make a play on it after it hovers over his head and drops for a base hit. And the Gulls are back in business just like that. They've got 2 on with no outs, and their number 3 hitter coming to the plate.
You could see Berardi coil down about 6 inches on that dip, and then sprung like a jack-in-the-box to try to get that ball. Came very close. As the pitch to Quinn Brody misses inside, ball 1. So we have a first baseman who's on the mound for the Newport Gulls, pitching in relief, and we have a pitcher as a designated hitter for the Newport Gulls, batting third.
It's craziness.
Pitch is hit a long way to right field deep. Going back is Ben Rudo, looking up. It is gone! Light tower power for Quinn Brody. A 3-run blast. The Gulls are back into this one.
And that ball was just smashed by Quinn Brody. Read the pitch beautifully off of Lepore's hand, and just like that, the Gulls are back in business. Like I said, after the momentum swing of Bierman snagging that line drive from Slanker that if it got into center would have scored a couple of more runs, this was the inning to trim into the lead, and they trim into it in a big way. That's a big shot from Brody, and the pitcher turned designated hitter gets it done.
Quinn Brody is what Mike Coombs likes to call just an athlete. He will do whatever the skipper asks him to do, game in, game out. And offensively, he has produced just as well as he has on the mound, as Drew Lugbauer takes a big swing at Jesse Lepore's fastball, trying to hit another one, a back-to-back attempt there by Drew Lugbauer. The 0-1 misses away, ball 1. And now here is where we will see if Jesse Lepore can do what he did in the first inning. Granted, it was only 1 run that came across in the first, but can he power back and power through that big home run? 1-1 is fouled out of play, 1-2. That was Brody's 4th home run on the season. As a side note, last time we saw him hit a big fly was here against... It was against the... As this one comes in, misses low, ball 2. Trying to get it out, and I know full well that Jesse is going to throw a pitch when I try to get this team out as he winds, kicks, and deals. That one is fouled back. Reset and do it again. That was against the Danbury Westerners that Quinn Brody hit that home run.
Newport Glass.
The Gulls, a walk, a single, and a big fly by Quinn Brody. Nobody down here in the 3rd inning. They try to crawl back as that one misses low. Ball 3 is Drew Lugbauer, who leads the NECBL in walks. Looks for walk number 34 on the season. We'll see a payoff pitch. And Jesse Lepore now seems to be laboring, as right before the home run was really dealing, working very quickly. Here's the payoff. Ball 4. He walked Drew Lugbauer, number 34 on the season for Drew Lugbauer, number 166 for the Newport Gulls, and the Skulls and Schooners now tied again for free passes.
And now Dennis Long will come out to the mound for the first time tonight to chat with Lepore. And as I was talking pregame, for Jesse Lepore, it's either he's hot or he's cold. And we've seen it this game alone. In the first inning, he struggled a little bit, gave up a couple hits in that run when Afner scored. In the second, he bounces back with a 1-2-3 frame. But now back on the other end here in the third, he gives up the 3-run blast to Brody. So for Lepore, the consistency has just not been there this entire season. And for now, with a man on first, he really needs to try and bear down to get out of this inning without allowing Newport to trim the lead even more.
That will bring up John Littell. Littell had a sacrifice fly RBI to score Jovan Afner in the first inning. Hit the ball to the deepest part of this ballpark. Trying to get on, nobody down here in the third as the first pitch, a breaking ball. 0-1 to John Littell. That was actually a really nice breaking ball. First time he's really featured that big dipping curveball.
And throwing it to start and at bat is a little bit risky, but it was a nice pitch from Lepore as he comes back with it again for strike 2.
0-2 here to John Littell, and you would have to think that this at bat for John Littell for Jesse Lepore is very important to see how he really handles the trouble that he has gotten in here in the third. Pitch, strike 3 call, fastball outside part of the plate. And you know what? That was a good call. A lot of fans here didn't like it. That was over the outside part of the plate. And that was a good pitch. Nice call there by Charlie Campbell, and an even better pitch by Jesse Lepore.
Those were the 3 best pitches Lepore's thrown tonight. Back-to-back curveballs that dropped from 12 to 6 that came in for strikes. And that one, that fastball to strike out Littell right on the outer half. He was frozen up on the play, and it's a big first out for Lepore here in the inning.
This one's fouled back by Jeremy Wolf, 0-1. Wolf, 1 of 4 strikeouts on the night for Lepore. Digs in from the left side. The pitch is swung on, grounded to Jesse Berardi at second. He goes to second for 1. On to first, double play, 4-6-3. Get the Schooners out of this inning, but it was Quinn Brody with a big 3-run bomb to bring the Newport Gulls within 2 here after 3 complete. It is 6-4 in favor of the Mystic Schooners. We will be right back on the NECBL Broadcast Network.
And we are back here at Cardines Field. The Schooners leading the Newport Gulls 6-4 as we move to the top half of the 4th inning. For Mystic, it'll be the 4, 5, 6 hitters coming to the plate in Hoy, Hill, and Ionati as Max Bierman will be back out for another inning. He allowed a run back in the third. He gave up 3 singles in the inning and a walk, but was able to limit the damage. And with the 3-run bomb by Quinn Brody in the bottom half of the inning, the Gulls are right back in this one. First pitch to Hoy is on the outer half for strike 1.
Yeah, huge hit by Quinn Brody. A 3-run bomb brings the Gulls within 2, and Bierman now has the job of trying to put up a 0 here in the 4th.
Second pitch to Hoy, bounces in the dirt and skips all the way to the backstop for ball 1. Hoy today reached on an error in the first but was stranded. Also stranded in the second, but not before he hit a 2-run double deep into left center field. That put the Schooners ahead 5-1. They tallied another one in the third, as I mentioned, before the 3-run blast by Brody. Hoy almost gets nailed by the Bierman fastball, and it's a 2-1 count as he ducks out of the way.
And if you're the Mystic Schooners, you now have seen Max Bierman one full time. You've seen what he has.
As the 2-1 pitch is fouled off for strike 2.
And you're trying to figure out who now has the upper hand. You know that Bierman has a fastball and a changeup. He is working in an off-speed pitch. It could be a breaking ball, a sweeping breaking ball, maybe a slider. He has not featured it very much. But do the Gulls still have the advantage since they have not seen Bierman yet?
As Hoy holds up on a swing. Another inside pitch that almost clips Hoy, and he almost swung at it. The count moves to full.
Very, very close by Dan Hoy. A check down at first base said he did not go around.
The 3-2 pitch misses just outside and low for ball 4. And Hoy is on to start the inning with his 26th walk of the season.
And this is where I was talking about who has the upper hand. Is it now the Mystic Schooners who say to themselves, all right, he's got a fastball, he's got a changeup. He has a decent off-speed pitch. We're not sure really what it is, but sit on the fastball because that's what he's featuring the most. And then this is a fastball hitting team.
Absolutely. And for Bierman, he's been getting into a lot of high pitch counts each at bat. As the Schooners, as I mentioned back in the third inning, really just hitting a lot of foul balls off of Bierman. He's painting the strike zone very well. He's putting a lot of balls close, but Mystic has just not been able to figure out the pitches to this point. And it's led to a lot of foul balls for strikes. So the first pitch to Aaron Hill is cut on and missed for strike 1. Aaron 0 for 2 today. Struck out looking his last time up against Max Bierman. That was the first batter that Bierman faced on the season. He's able to strike out Hill to end the frame. As the 0-1 pitch again swung on and missed for strike 2.
Aaron Hill, as you pointed out, struck out looking and was surprised at what Bierman was throwing. Was the 9th man to bat in the second inning, had runners in scoring position and could not do anything with it.
Bierman will set for the 0-2 pitch. Hoy stands on first with no outs here in the top of the 4th. Schooners lead by 2 as the 0-2 is in the dirt. It's going to get away from Sauter, and Hoy will trot on down to second, and it's another runner in scoring position for Mystic.
Wild pitch scored on that by Max Bierman as the ball bounced right in front of the plate. Nothing that Steve Sauter could do with it.
That pushes the count to 1-2 to Hill. Bierman working from the stretch. Looks back at Hoy, kicks and deals. Hill lets it go high for ball 2. Fans at Cardines Field not happy with the calls. That one ran just a bit high to even up the count. Bierman sets again. The 2-2 pitch. Hill takes it low and outside for ball 3, and it's back-to-back full counts worked by Mystic hitting. As Hill will see his 6th pitch of the at-bat upcoming.
That pitch was number 51 of the outing for Max Bierman.
The payoff pitch. Hill swings and gets a piece of it as he drives it towards the Newport dugout, and he'll stay alive.
So an inning and a third plus. Bierman over 50 pitches now. See how much longer, as I think there is some action down in the bullpen for Newport.
He had a couple of 10-pitch at-bats back in the third. Now a deep one against Hill as well. Another 3-2 pitch. Hill lets it go, and it's outside for ball 4. Bierman's put the first 2 batters on the innings on the base pass via the walk, and that'll bring up Lou Ionati with 2 on and no out.
Well, the walk is not nearly as deadly as a possible hit there by Aaron Hill. Double play still, no, actually double play now back on, as moving up to second base on the wild pitch was Dan Hoy. Kevin Long goes out to speak with Max Bierman to see how Bierman is holding up. And this looks like it may be a stall tactic, as down in the bullpen there's actually nobody stretching for Newport. Some stretching going on for Ocean State. There was some guys standing and working, at least it's what it seemed like from here on the nest, but clearly it was just maybe watching the ball game. Wind sprints going on down there too, but Bierman looks like he's out there all by himself.
And Bierman will stay in this one as Coach Long will head back to the dugout. And this is a very big inning for the Newport Gulls defensively. You get that 3-run home run from Brody in the last inning to cut the lead. The last thing you want to do is let Mystic score a couple more to push the lead out yet again. As Bierman sets for his first pitch to Ionati. Lou shows bunt, drops it down. Bierman won't even look towards second base. Might have had a play, but he'll go towards first. And Ionati records a sacrifice bunt that pushes Hill to second and Hoy to third.
Yeah, Bierman, that bunt was right down in front of the plate. Bierman actually had 3 options for a play. He could have gone to third as the runner, Dan Hoy, wasn't even halfway to third base on the bunt to try to get the lead runner. Could have spun and fired to second base, try to get Aaron Hill, who was only about halfway to second. Decided to get the easy out in Lou Ionati. Again, Bierman more of an infielder. As a first baseman, that's the first play that you make on the wheel play, going back to his defensive mindedness.
He'll have to face Jake Myers now with 2 runners in scoring position. First pitch is a breaking ball of some sorts from Bierman that drops in for a strike.
And the infield for the Gulls in now as they try to hold on to this 2-run deficit, try to keep the Schooners off the board.
Second pitch to Myers in the dirt. A great block by Sauter, but it brings him away from home. Hoy comes in and scores on a very odd play, and that will go down the book as a pass ball. And Hoy gives Mystic a 3-run lead.
Tough play, and then on top of everything else, the ball gets passed, or I'm sorry, we're going to change that. Billy McNeil is making a change to that. It's going to be a wild pitch, which is the better call. Bounces off of the mask of Steve Sauter in front of the mound. Bierman was able to field it, but Sauter was already in front of the plate to try to get the ball.
As Myers cranks this one into deep right field, heading back and making the grab is John Littell, but Aaron Hill will tag from third, and he will come on in to score the 8th run of the night for Mystic. And just like that, the Schooners are back up by 4.
Well, not all of Quinn Brody's third inning magic has been erased, but 2/3 of it has, as the Newport Gulls allow 2 runners to come in. A wild pitch, another costly wild pitch for this team, and then the sacrifice fly RBI by Jake Myers.
The bases are now empty for Jesse Berardi, who takes a pitch inside from Bierman for ball 1. But a great bounce back inning from the Schooners after allowing the Gulls to come back into this game. Newport still within 4 as pitch number 2 is in there for a strike. Berardi 1 for 2 today, singled back in the 3rd inning after a ground out in the 2nd. Bierman will work from the stretch even though there's no one on the base paths. And that pitch goes outside for ball 2. Berardi stands in. Bierman fires again. Berardi hits this one towards third. A tough hop over Lugbauer. Nothing he can do about that as Berardi will round first. He's heading towards second, and he will be in with a double as that ball took a wicked hop around Drew Lugbauer, and he could not make the snag.
Yeah, nothing that Drew Lugbauer could do on that play. The ball took a short hop, but a weird short hop, then bounded over the glove of Drew Lugbauer, who kind of looked up, thought that was going to bounce right into his glove and hit a weird divot. And all of a sudden, the Schooners back in business here.
Berardi now 2 for 3 with a single and a double as Derek Jenkins, who is 1 for 2, stands in. Jenkins shows bunt, and he held it the entire way, so that will go for strike 1. Jenkins struck out looking on 3 pitches against Bierman back in the 3rd. As the righty stands back in. Bierman glances towards second, and the pitch outside for ball 1, and the count is now 1-1 to Jenkins.
And Bierman is going to eat up innings here for the Newport Gulls. Needs to get himself his 3rd out and get the Gulls back up on offense.
The Gulls will send their 7, 8, 9 hitters to the plate in the bottom of the 4th. The 1-1 pitch to Jenkins, cut on and missed. That one had a lot of mustard on it coming off the fingertips of Bierman. And it's a 1-2 count now to Jenkins. Berardi stands on second after a 2-out double. Mystic with already 2 runs in the inning. Lead it by 4. The 1-2 pitch, just low for ball 2.
And Bierman, who is doing the best he can with what he's got here against the Schooners in relief, is laboring here in the 4th inning.
It's got to be up over 60 pitches now, I'd imagine, as the 2-2 pitch is lined right back at Bierman. It's the second time he's done that today. He snags a hot liner, and that will do it for the Schooners here in the 4th. Welcome back, everyone, to Cardines Field here in beautiful Newport, Rhode Island. The Schooners, after tallying 2 runs in the top half of the 4th, now lead it 8-4 over the Newport Gulls, as the Gulls come up here in the bottom of the 4th, trying to trim back into the lead that they were able to cut to 2 after the 3rd inning. Quinn Brody had a 3-run shot to make it 6-4 in favor of Mystic, who scored 5 runs in the 2nd, 1 in the 3rd, and now 2 in the 4th. But the Schooners got their bats going yet again, as Hoy and Hill led off the 4th with back-to-back walks. Both of those players came around to score. Hoy scored on a wild pitch. Hill came around on a sacrifice fly from Jake Myers. And that's where we stand here in the second to last game for the Schooners on the year. For the Gulls, if this result holds, they will play 2 games tomorrow. They will finish a game against Ocean State that is currently tied 1-1 in the 6th inning before they'll have to travel from Old Mountain Field to North Adams for a regularly scheduled game against the Steeplecats, as the first pitch from Jesse Lepore of the 4th is in there for a strike on Sean Bouchard.
Yeah, and manager Mike Coombs said during the pregame show that no matter what the results here tonight, he wants to finish that ball game. He hates ties.
As Lepore misses with a breaking ball to even the count up at 1-1 to Sean Bouchard. Pitch number 3 is outside for ball 2, as the Waves and the Gulls played a doubleheader yesterday. The Waves took game 1 7-0 before the second game was suspended due to rain. The 2-1 pitch is a hard hack by Bouchard, and the ball drills Ionati in the mask, spins it all the way around, as they'll give Ionati a moment to shake things off with a 2-2 count upcoming to Bouchard.
With all of the talk of concussions in all of major sports right now, if you saw that on the NECBL Broadcast Network on the video stream, that mask did exactly what it was supposed to do. It's loose enough to where if a ball hits it, it spins away and deflects all of that pressure off of the head of Lou Ionati.
And that's why Ionati didn't really flinch after it hit him in the mask. He was right back in there. As Lepore misses with a 2-2 pitch, it's a full count to Bouchard. Here it comes. Breaking ball misses low. And for the second straight inning, Bouchard is allowed the leadoff runner to reach on a walk.
Yeah, nice job there by Sean Bouchard. Jesse Lepore again worked his 3rd walk of the ball game. Going back real quick to the ball that hit off Ionati's mask. A lot of major league players, according to studies by like Wilson Athletics, as a for instance, are going back to the traditional style mask because the hockey mask, if they don't have shock absorbers, take all of that impact to the center of the forehead. So a lot of players, most notably would be Yadier Molina, who wore a hockey style mask and went back and is actually switching between hockey style and the natural mask with the St. Louis Cardinals, depending on who's throwing, to try to prevent against a higher number of concussions.
That will bring up Steve Sauter here in the bottom half of the 4th. First pitch from Lepore is upstairs for ball 1. Bouchard stands on first after picking up a leadoff walk, as the Gulls, who are trying to clinch the Southern Division here tonight, trail by 4. Pitch number 2 is a ground ball hit towards second. Berardi's there. On to second for 1. Hill to first, and it's a double play. 2 outs now in the inning as Lepore gets a big ground ball off the bat of Sauter, and it's spun 4-6-3 for the Schooners.
Sauter tried hustling down the line there and almost beat out that throw. Was beat by about half a step. Nice job by Jesse Berardi, who has seen a lot of odd hops over there at second base tonight. made a couple of very good plays. That was a relatively routine, but still back in the hole for the second baseman near the outfield grass, and was able to turn a very nice double play.
The second 4-6-3 double play of the night for the Schooners. They were able to get one to end the third inning after Quinn Brody hit that 3-run home run. As Lepore's first pitch to Sabino misses for a ball. Pitch number 2 is popped up. Iannotti gives it a look, but this one will get into the stands for strike 1.
Nearly collided with a fan there, as many of our youngsters over there at first base now look over the fence for a foul ball, but almost a rough night for somebody over there just to our right.
Here comes the 1-1 pitch from Lepore. Breaking ball is low for ball 2. Iannotti did his best to frame that pitch, but Sabino has a nice eye, and it's a 2-1 count now to the shortstop out of Vanderbilt University. Sabino obviously not getting much playing time over at short this year for the Commodores, as he rips a ball between first and second base all the way into right field for a stand-up single, as Sabino all spring long was playing behind the number 1 overall pick in the MLB draft, Dansby Swanson.
And Vanderbilt actually said that Sabino, Swanson is a tremendous shortstop and is going to hopefully do well in the majors, as he's just a tremendous player. But Sabino was learning from him, and Vanderbilt says that Sabino is their shortstop of the future, that he will probably work that starting position next year. And for a program that's doing as well as Vanderbilt has been doing over the last 5, that's a great nod if you're Liam Sabino.
He's been playing well all season long for the Gulls. Tonight is his 22nd game. He now has 17 hits. Had one of 3 hits last night against Ocean State in game number 1 for the Gulls, as Lepore finds the zone on a breaking ball to Jovan Afner, and the count evens up at 1-1. Sabino leads the team in sacrifice hits with 3 as he comes in hitting .229. The 1-1 pitch to Afner. Fastball misses outside for ball 2. Afner picked up his 50th hit of the season back in the first inning. He has not been retired yet. He scored 2 Gulls runs, as pitch number 4 comes inside for ball 3 to Afner. Lepore spun a nice double play to get 2 outs here in the inning, but he's since allowed Sabino to reach with a single. As Sabino goes on the pitch that's outside, it won't matter, as Afner picks up his second walk in as many innings. And the Gulls, with 2 outs, back in business. They've got 2 on for Reed Gamache.
4 walks on the game for the Newport Gulls. 4 surrendered by Jesse Laporte. Patience is what this Gulls team has done all season at the dish, and that's what is going to help them come back in this ball game. They have had opportunities in these last 2 innings. They have capitalized on their opportunities in the third. They capitalized in the first, and they have a chance to do so with 2 outs here in the 4th inning.
So Lepore, the 4 walks he has now allowed is his season high. He allowed 3 twice this season in 5 previous appearances. Again, this is Lepore's first game against the Newport Gulls. He last pitched against New Bedford on July 22nd. He went 6 innings. Even though he picked up the loss, he only allowed 1 run while scattering 6 hits and walking just 2. As his first pitch to Gamache is a curveball that drops in for strike 1. Dennis Long went out to talk to Lepore after that walk to Afner, and it seemed to settle him down for at least 1 pitch here. Lepore tries to keep the lead at 4 for the Schooners. The 0-1 is outside, a nice grab by Iannotti. Count moves to 1-1.
And Lepore, who was struggling a tad in the 3rd inning, still laboring here, is over 70 pitches.
The 1-1 pitch, fastball fouled off the bat of Gamache, and he's down 1-2 as Sabino stands on second and Afner takes a lead off of first base.
That was pitch number 77 on the night for Jesse Lepore. As this, if he gets in any more trouble, could be his last inning. He does have 2 outs here to get out of this jam.
The 1-2 pitch to Gamache. Breaking ball just low for ball 2. As Lepore took a couple of steps towards the dugout. But a strike is not called.
That was pretty. That was a pretty breaking ball. And Reed Gamache breathed a very big sigh of relief on that one.
Gamache singled and scored his last time up in the 3rd. Trying to keep this inning going as a fastball is in there for a called strike 3. A bit of a makeup call after that breaking ball was called a ball. That one looked a tad inside and high, but it goes for a called strike 3, and Lepore is out of the jam. We'll move to the 5th. The Schooners lead it by 4 here at Cardines Field.
Fans,
We are back here at Cardines Field. Max Bierman still on the mound for the Gulls, and he has done all the Gulls could ask for and then some here tonight. A guy who has not made an appearance on the mound all season long is now in his 4th inning of work.
3rd full inning of work as he came on with runners in scoring position in the 2nd inning. Faced just 1 batter, got Aaron Hill looking on a strikeout. You know, Bierman, for a guy who hasn't pitched at all this season, had a couple of strikeouts. He has given up. He's been touched for 3 runs. But what do you want for a guy that's played first base for the entire season?
He's done a great job, and he snagged a couple of tough liners that got him out of a couple of jams.
Wait a minute. I think somebody has been ejected from this ball game. I have no idea. I think hitting coach Al Leyva has been ejected for arguing balls and strikes.
And it must be after Gamache struck out looking to end the 4th.
And Mike Coombs is out there talking to Charlie Campbell. And I want to say we have not confirmed this because I have not seen Leyva leave the bench, but I believe that Al Leyva has been ejected. It's at least a bench warning. Nope, Leyva's still standing there at the fence. I could have sworn Charlie Campbell ran him. Pointed the mask at him and said, now, I thought he said, now you're gone. He must have been said, now you're warned. But Leyva warned for arguing balls and strikes there, and he is not happy. And Leyva's not somebody that argues a lot with any umpire.
As we'll get back to some baseball, John Brucker will lead things off here in the 5th. After the hitting coach for Newport is not ejected after Reed Gamache struck out on a questionable call the last inning. Pitch number 2 to Brucker is hit deep into center field. Afner on his horse, and he'll come over to make the grab for out number 1.
The second game here at Cardines Field, we've seen Al Leyva get very emotional about a ball, and he's a very laid-back guy. It was a game that manager Mike Coombs was ejected from. It was a game against Vermont last week. And just to go back to that, to go back to the actual play, Afner doesn't seem like the shine is really affecting him.
Not at all. He's made a couple of nice running grabs out there in center. That one off the bat of Brucker looked destined for his 3rd single of the night, but Afner takes it away as Ben Ruda swings through the first pitch and foul tips it into the mitt for strike 1. Bierman will try and keep the Schooners at bay. It's an 8-4 Mystic lead here in the 5th. As Max sets and fires. Ruda lets it go, and that one is just low for ball 1. A lot on the line tonight from Cardines Field. If the Schooners are able to win, they will tie the Gulls in the win column. They will still be behind a game in the loss column. But if the Gulls come back and win tonight, they will clinch the Southern Division. As the 1-1 pitch to Ruda is in there for strike 2.
And you think of all the games that Mystic and Newport have played, including the walk-off that Mystic had a couple of weeks ago on the 4th of July. that the Newport Gulls had a 2-run lead in the 9th inning, could have shored all of this up if everything played out the same way.
You can look at it, that July 4th game is really one Mystic shouldn't have won, while the July 18th game is one that the Gulls maybe shouldn't have won. So those last 2 games, very odd, but they both came down to the final inning, and we might see the same thing here tonight as the Gulls have battled back as Ruda gets another base hit. This one is a single through the left-hand side. It's his second of the night, and Ben Ruda is on with 1 out for Rich Slanker.
Sean Bouchard gave a look to that ball, but stayed right where he was. That ball was going through the infield way too quickly for Bouchard to even make an attempt on.
That one hugged the turf all the way through. So Ruda hit that one on a line towards Jeremy Wolf out there and left. And there's a man on for the Schooners with 1 away in the inning. Slanker is 0 for 3 tonight. Had a base hit stolen away from him on a nice snag by Bierman as the hit and run is on. It's a fly ball out towards right, and the grab will be made by Littell as Ruda quickly heads back to first.
2 quick outs for the Newport Gulls. Brucker flew out to center field. Nice play by Hafner, and then on the hit and run, which the Mystic Schooners are very good at executing, Slanker got just under that ball, and a lazy fly ball to John Littell.
Tough day for Slanker so far. As I mentioned, he's on a 10-game hitting streak. 8 of those 10 games have gone for multi-hits. As Dan Hoy stands in with Ruda on first. Hoy has not been retired yet today, as the first pitch he takes is high for ball 1. Hoy walked and scored in the 4th, hit a 2 RBI double back in the 2nd, and reached on an error back in the 1st. As Bierman glances towards first, Ruda a marginal lead off the first base bag. And Bierman will check up on him as Lugbauer does not apply the tag. Entering tonight, Slanker was Hoy was 5 for 21 against the Gulls on the season with a run and 2 RBIs. As Bierman takes a deep breath and fires the 1-0 pitch. Hoy gets a piece of this one, is driven down the line, moving over and not making the grab as the right fielder Littell. It kicks off his glove. Hoy gets on his horse and he's in with a double, as they do give Hoy the hit on that one. Littell was inches away from making the grab to end the inning, but the top of the 5th will continue, and the Schooners have runners on at 2nd and 3rd for Aaron Hill, who lately hasn't been driving in runs, but back in June was one of the best hitters in scoring position for Mystic all season long.
The 3rd out for the Newport Gulls in every inning has been so difficult to capture. And that one by John Littell, he was on his horse. He was about a foot away from the wall and just could not come up with it as he nearly crashed into the wall at the warehouse there in right field.
Almost a spectacular play. And Littell, credit him for even getting to that baseball. That one was tailing to the right-hand side of the field the entire way as Hoy hooked it. But for Dan Hoy, it's a 2nd double of the night. He now has 8 on the season, and the Schooners will try and tack on some more. First pitch to Hill goes for a strike. As Bierman sets for pitch number 2. That goes right down the middle for strike 2, and Hill has looked off balance against Bierman all night long, even earning that walk in the 4th inning. He struck out looking back in the 2nd against Max.
Yeah, and he just can't really figure out Max Bierman. And Bierman's throwing a good fastball and mixing in that changeup, which is what got him in the 2nd inning.
Comes the 0-2 pitch. Fastball low in the zone for ball 1. This is a huge at-bat that could really tip the scales either way. If Bierman's able to get out of it, it's another momentum boost for the Gulls, stranding a couple runners. But if Mystic is able to drive in a few more, they increase this 4-run lead to something bigger. The 1-2 pitch from Bierman, change up fouled off by Hill, and he'll stay alive.
And one of those crazy situations that Matt Tonis talked about in the pregame show may come to fruition as the Plymouth Pilgrims are very, very close to sweeping the Danbury Westerners in Danbury, Connecticut.
Plymouth up 10-1 in the bottom of the 6th. They will look to win their second game in a row as the change-up to Hill on the 2-2 pitch, or excuse me, the 1-2 pitch just stays upstairs for ball 2, and we'll do it again.
Not nearly as close as the curveball that Reed Gamache saw go by, but close enough to get a lot of people to rear back in their chairs.
The 2-2 pitch, fastball, Hill spoils it, and he'll stay alive. A great at-bat from Hill, who, again, doesn't seem like he's reading the pitches from Bierman that well, but he's just getting a piece of the baseball to stay alive.
Bierman up over 80 pitches now. You wonder how much more he can actually hurl here tonight.
As the righty sets on the Hill. 2-2 pitch, changeup, moves away from Hill and drops outside for ball 3. Hoy stands on second, Ruda on third. 2 outs in the inning here in the 5th with the Schooners ahead 8-4. Bierman trying to limit the damage. It's the 8th pitch of the at-bat upcoming to Hill, but before that, he'll take a step out of the right-hander's batter's box and take time. Here we go. The 3-2 pitch, fastball. Hill gets underneath it. Wolf will take a couple of steps back, and he will make the grab and left for out number 3. The Schooners strand 2 as we will head to the bottom half of the 5th. It's Mystic 8, the Gulls 4 here on the NECBL Broadcast Network. We are back here as we have moved to the bottom half of the 5th inning. Jesse Lepore still on the mound for the Schooners. And Rob, like Max Bierman over the last couple innings, I thought I've seen the last of Lepore and Bierman, but they just keep coming back out for more. As Lepore has allowed 4 runs to this point. He got out of some trouble back in the 4th inning, but they'll send him back into the fire to face the 3-4-5 hitters, and he'll start against Quinn Brody, who's already gone deep off of Lepore earlier in this ball game.
Well, but if you look at the 3-4-5 hitters, they are 2 for 5, 2 for 4, a home run, a single, both by Brody, a sacrifice fly by John Littell, and a walk by Drew Lugbauer. It's not the most ideal situation in the world, but it's not something that Lepore's not used to handling. As out there at third base once again is Al Leyva, who had some verbiage with Charlie Campbell, our home plate umpire, and was warned for arguing balls and strikes.
First pitch from Lepore to Brody is not even close, comes inside for ball 1.
Not that we're expecting the same thing, but that's how the at-bat last time started.
Pitch number 2, same spot for ball 2, and Lepore clearly doesn't want to give Brody anything in the wheelhouse. He knows what will happen if he does that. As Brody made it a 2-run game back in the 3rd with a 3-run shot. That one,
I think that hit off of Brody's foot.
That's what I thought, but they'll say it bounces right in front of it off the dirt. And I saw the same thing as you, Rob, but Brody will stand back in facing a 3-0 count.
Nope, it didn't. It bounced right in front of him.
As the 3-0 pitch is a get-me-over fastball from Lepore that's in there for strike 1.
Quick shout-out down to our control room with Shannon and Tom bringing up those replays so quickly.
As the 3-1 pitch is a ground ball hit towards second, Berardi charges and throws down to first and retires Brody for the first out in the inning.
Berardi's such a good second baseman. He really is. Nice range again, through somewhat off balance to make that play. Brody showing hustle, but that one almost near the right over second base, and Berardi really taking hits away, at least making these Gulls work for their outs, and Berardi just showing why he was an all-star.
Pick your poison over there at second base. If Nick Michelli's in the lineup, he's going to make similar plays for you defensively. At the plate, Michelli usually bats in the leadoff spot, while Berardi's usually towards the back of the lineup. But both bring some power. As Lepore works against Drew Lugbauer, the sophomore out of the University of Michigan. He takes a strike that he does not like to call from the home plate umpire. And the count moves to 1-1.
I think Bierman's night is done as Bradley Wilpon is warming in the bullpen.
Breaking ball from Lepore is fouled off by Lugbauer, and again, Ionati gets clipped.
There's action for the Schooners as well. Can't get a number. Actually, we do now. It looks like it's Doug Dominarski, excuse me.
And Doug Domnarski, who last pitched in the game against Danbury, a 21-7 victory for the Schooners a week ago. He gave up 5 runs in that game. 9 singles, I believe, was his final tally over 2 innings as Lugbauer hits a ground ball towards second. Berardi's there again. He'll throw on the first for the second out, and that'll bring up John Littell with 2 outs in the inning.
Hoover at second base. Hoover.
Makes it look easy, doesn't he?
He really does. Yeah, that 21-7 game, it looked like the Schooners had a really good secondary game going. It really played through a lot of short wideouts to their wide receivers, 5, 10-yard runs, and then just every once in a while just unloading a bomb there against the Danbury Westerners.
Couple bombs in the game. 2 grand slams for the Schooners and a 3-run homer. Danbury had a home run in that game as well. Chris Triano had a solo shot. Unfortunately for Danbury, they scored 7 runs, but just gave up way too many as Littell is quickly down 1-1 after second pitch from Lepore comes in for a strike. Littell came up swinging and missed it. The 1-1 pitch, breaking ball outside for ball 2. This would be a huge boost for the Schooners if Lepore can shut down the Gulls 1-2-3. He's only done it once tonight back in the second. All of the other 3 innings, Lepore has faced some trouble as the 2-1 pitch is a fastball swung on and missed by Littell for strike 2.
And every batter for the Newport Gulls that have come up from Gamache down when they have hacked, they're trying to hit home runs with their big overreaching swings.
The 2-2 pitch is another fastball right down the middle. Littell lets it fly by for strike 3, and that will do it for the Gulls here in the 5th. We will move to the 6th inning. It's the Schooners 8, the Gulls 4 here on the NECBL Broadcast Network.
Hey.
And we are back here in the 6th inning. Newport will make another pitching change. On the mound will be Bradley Wilpon.
Yeah, Bradley Wilpon making his 9th appearance. He has a 7.20 ERA in 10 innings pitched. He's given up 10 hits, 9 runs, 8 earned, 2 walks, 5 Ks. Opponents hitting .250 against Wilpon in relief of Max Bierman, who, Jeff, for a guy that does not pitch, came in, did his job, gave up a couple of runs. He was touched for, it looks like he was touched for 3. We'll get the full line in a moment, but did the best he could with what he had.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you have Spagnuolo, a guy who gave up 5 runs in an inning and 2/3, and you bring in Bierman, who hasn't pitched all season, and he gives up less than Spagnuolo did. It was a great outing from Bierman to keep this one at least moderately close for the Gulls. When they got it back down to 2, it was Bierman who really kept them in the game, only allowing a run in the 3rd, and then the Gulls were able to even the margin. But now that the Schooners are back up 4, the Bierman outing takes a little bit of a hit in terms of what it did for the Gulls, but still, for Max Bierman, you could not ask for more out of that guy coming out of the bullpen for the first time this season. And now you hand the ball over to Bradley Wilpon, a Connecticut native who pitches at the University of Pennsylvania. And in his 9th appearance, he'll try and shut down the Schooners as quickly as Jesse Lepore just did. As the first pitch to Lou Ionati is outside for ball 1. Lou has scored 2 runs after walking twice in this game. Also had a sacrifice bunt in the 4th. Pitch number 2 is way outside for ball 2.
The final line for Max Bierman, 3 1/3 innings pitched, 6 hits, 3 runs, all earned, 3 walks, 2 Ks. For a guy that doesn't pitch, not bad.
Pitch number 3 to Ionati is inside for ball 3.
Let's not forget his first strikeout came with runners in scoring position, the 9th man to come to the plate in the 2nd inning. The Gulls needed to stop the bleeding, and Bierman did.
The 3-0 pitch outside for ball 4, and Ionati has picked up his 21st, 22nd, and 23rd walks of the season here in tonight's game, as he, for the 3rd time, is on to start an inning with a walk.
Patience for both sides. And we talked about it in the pregame, patience.
That's what's made both these teams so successful all season long. As you mentioned, they both are at the top of the NECBL in walks earned. And that will give you a lot of runs over the course of a season. It's given Mystic 4 tonight. Make it 5 if you count the Myers hit by pitch. As it is Myers who stands in now. Almost gets hit again on a fastball that comes inside for ball 1.
Game of very big importance in the Southern Division. We go to the bottom of the 9th in New Bedford, tied at 1 in a heck of a game in New Bedford, Massachusetts.
With a win for Ocean State, as Myers fouls pitch off, they would move back into a tie with New Bedford.
And that game tomorrow becomes very important.
If Ocean State, has to resume that game against Newport in the 6th, they're put in another pressure situation. I can't imagine how they're feeling right now with their playoff hopes hanging by a thread after the Pilgrims just demolished the Westerners and have kept themselves alive in the race for 4th. 1-1 pitch to Myers. Fastball right down the middle for strike 2.
It seems that if everything holds, if Newport loses tonight, we are playing 2 tomorrow regardless. Well, 1 and 2 innings. You know, to be technical, like Tim Scott likes to. 1 and an 8th, as Nick Lima just shouted.
As the 1-2 pitch fouled off by Myers, and he'll stay alive with Ionati down at first base.
So for your humble correspondent, that's a trip from Foxborough to Middletown to Wakefield to North Adams, Massachusetts, back to Middletown, back to Foxborough.
Heck of a journey. A 1-2 pitch. Myers slaps it out towards right. Moving in is Afner, and Kenny will get on his horse and make the grab. He is standing all the way over in right field, not even close to where he started on the play. And it looks like they're going to bring Myers back.
Now they're saying that Myers called time. The umpire had said he gave the batter time, but Myers took a swing at the ball, so that should negate the timeout being called. So an out is being taken away because Myers called time, didn't get it according to the batter. He swung at the ball, and the umpire is taking the out away.
I was going to say, if he came up swinging, it should be a fly ball out. So they let the play develop to its fullest, but then they just bring Myers right back. So I guess we'll do it again. It's a 1-2 count to Myers, and on a very interesting call from the home plate umpire.
Look, we have seen umpires when they've called timeout late come up big, take the mask off, step out from behind the plate, and wave a pitch off. Never have I seen that what Charlie Campbell just called.
Myers pops one up, and this one will tail foul. But you're right, he didn't make it apparent that it was a called time. Myers was down at first base. He walked all the way back to home from first after he's making his rounds on the ball hit to right center field.
And Charlie Campbell says, I gave him time. Well, it sure as heck didn't look like it.
Beats me. Another 1-2 pitch to Myers. And this is a base hit into left field. First and second now for the Schooners on a at-bat that probably shouldn't have, came to fruition for Jake Myers.
Well, now that just affects the whole game at this point. I mean, we're down 4, and I get that Newport's down 4 right now, but that was an out recorded, and the umpire says that, oh, no, I called timeout. I granted timeout, so I'm taking the out away and giving the batter another shot at this. That's a gift for the Mystic Schooners. Not that they need it right now, but that should be an out.
I'm with you on that. I'm with you 100%. The gift gives Mystic first and second as Wilpon wants to talk to Sauter out towards the mound.
And Sauter called timeout. Everybody in the ballpark knew the timeout was called this time.
It'll be Jesse Berardi standing in for the 4th time tonight. He's 2 for 3 with a single and a double.
I've never, in all the years I've umpired and all the years I have played, ever seen an umpire call timeout after an out has been recorded.
First pitch to Berardi, in there for a strike as he took that one inside on the fastball from Wilpon.
And if you're umpiring in the CBUA, you should be better than that.
We'll see if that missed call by Charlie Campbell allows the Schooners to tack on a run here. As Berardi shows bunt, puts one perfectly down the line, but it's going to roll foul for strike 2. That one was staying true for about 45 feet, and then it just hopped over the line, and Berardi will have to come back, as will Ionati and Myers.
Yeah, right. Actually, where about midway up the runner's lane is where it kicked foul, but that was a really pretty bunt there by Berardi, who has done stellar things on defense. Almost had a great sacrifice.
So Berardi will stand back in. Runners at first and second for the Schooners with no outs here in the top of the 6th. Here comes the pitch. Berardi lets it fly, and that one comes up high for ball 1. So Schooners lead it 8-4 here over Newport. The Schooners win. They still have a shot at first place. The 1-2 pitch is in the dirt, and Sauter lost it. It gets all the way to the backstop. We'll see how they mark this one. It'll be a pass ball. And Myers will move to second, Ionati to third, and Berardi faces a 2-2 count.
Well, things go from bad to worse as Jake Myers stands now in scoring position, along with Lou Ionati down at third.
The 2-2 pitch from Wilpon. Berardi ropes it foul towards the Schooner dugout, and he'll stay alive. As Mystic will try and tack on a couple more here in the 6th inning. They are 0-2 at Cardines Field so far this year. Last time these two teams played was back at the Shipyard on July 18th, a 4-3 win for the Gulls. As the 2-2 pitch is in the dirt for ball 3. A nice eye from Berardi, who's worked himself back from an 0-2 count.
And Mystic doing everything right here offensively. Patience being shown, hitting the ball with runners in scoring position.
The 3-2 pitch. Berardi hammers it to center, but right at Afner, who lets it drop in front of him. Ionati will come around to score from third, and it's a 9-4 Mystic lead. Thought Afner was going to try and make a play on that, but it was just hit too hard and too low for him to try and snare it. And that pushes Myers to third as well. There's runners at the corners with still no outs in the inning for the Schooners.
Runners at the corners, nobody down, and Charlie Campbell, who was the umpire that ejected Mike Coombs against Vermont last week, has had enough with the Newport Gulls here tonight. And the out that he took away stands at third base with nobody down.
As Jenkins takes a ball outside.
For the Schooners, not taking anything away from them, they're given opportunities and they are collecting on them in almost every inning.
And that run to Ionati, not Campbell's fault, as Berardi will take off. They'll throw towards second, and Berardi's in there. I'm surprised Myers didn't try and make a jump from third and try and pull off the double steal. But Berardi's in at second base with a steal, and there's another runner in scoring position for Mystic.
Yeah, in high school that's called the sucker play, as you have runners at first and third, and you send the runner to second base, try to deke the throw. College, you're not going to get, you have better athletes and stronger arms.
As Jenkins hits a ground ball towards short, Sabino fields it, fires low, but Lugbauer makes the scoop for out number 1. That'll keep the runners at second and third now for John Brucker.
Big out there for the Newport Gulls, runners in scoring position. Liam Sabino kept the runner, Jake Myers, at third base, giving him a look before he fired over to first for the first out.
Brucker 2 for 4 today with 2 singles and 2 more RBI to his total. His last 12 hits have been singles, and that has come over his last 6 games. So he'll take a pitch inside for a ball. Brucker started the season, I want to say 1 for 25 at the plate. But he has turned that around this July and has really inserted himself into this Mystic lineup when it counts. As he will pop up the 1-0 offering. Sauter gives it a look, but that will get into the stands for strike 1. Just taking a look ahead, the Gulls will send their 6, 7, 8 hitters to the plate in the 6th. I would imagine Jesse Lepore's night is done. And we saw Domnarski warming up earlier. Domnarski, his last outing was not great against Danbury, even though Mystic won the game by 14 runs. Domnarski gave up 5 of the 7 Westerner runs as Brucker gets a piece of another baseball. And it's a 1-2 count. And if John Brucker is not hitting the ball into the field play, he's fouling a lot off. He has just really found the vision and the swinging stroke at the plate. He's just been locked in over the last couple of games. Not much has gotten by him. Here comes the 1-2 pitch from Wilpon. Brucker spoils it again down the third base line.
I keep saying patience for the Mystic Schooners, but the other thing that is, I don't want to say being put on the back burner, they really just keep falling off pitch after pitch after pitch, wearing down the Gulls pitching staff, albeit one being a first baseman, but doing a great job to get their pitch.
There we go again. Brucker, same spot, drills this one out into the road. Out of play here at Cardines Field, but he fouls off his 4th pitch of the at-bat. And we'll do it again with a 1-2 count. Myers on third, Berardi on second. The 2-2 is in there for a called strike 3. Brucker was standing in. He thought it was a ball. That one tailed a little bit inside, but I think they got it right for out number 2.
Yeah, I mean, that part of the plate has been very consistent by Charlie Campbell. There was, I believe it was Reed Gamache that struck out on a fastball on the outside part. That same location, it's there with a fastball. It should be the 3rd out of the inning.
Yeah, you're right. Myers is still standing on third after he flew out to the center fielder, but they called him back to the batter's box because Campbell said Myers called time. And Myers, 2 pitches later, hit a single into left to keep the inning going for the Schooners.
Free baseball in the Whaling City as they go to the 10th, knotted at 1, Ocean State and New Bedford.
Such a crucial game for those two sides. As Ruda hammers one into right field, backing up and making the grab is Littell. He took a couple of moments to read that one, but Littell retreats a couple of steps and makes the grab for out number 3. So that will do it for the Schooners, and we will head to the bottom half of the 6th with Mystic ahead 9-4 on the NECBL Broadcast Network. We are back here in Newport, and that means we will move over to Alexa for another NECBL scoring update.
Thank you. The Plymouth Pilgrims are still playing the Danbury Westerners in the 7th inning. Bottom of the 7th, they are leading them. The Pilgrims are leading the Westerners 10-2. Also, the Sanford Mainers are in the bottom of the 9th. They are leading the Valley Blue Sox 9-0. The North Adams Steeple Cats are leading the Laconia Muskrats 5-4 in the bottom of the 9th. Also, the Ocean State Waves and the New Bedford Bay Sox are tied at 1 apiece in the bottom of the 9th. And also the Keene Swamp Bats are losing to the Vermont Mountaineers 5-0 in the top of the 9th. And finally, here at Cardines, the Gulls are trailing the Mystic Schooners 9-4 in the bottom of the 6th.
Thank you, Alexa. As Domnarski is on to pitch now for the Mystic Schooners. As I mentioned in the last inning, Domnarski had a tough time the last time out he pitched against the Danbury Westerners. Domnarski has made all of his appearances out of the pen this season. This will be his 11th bullpen relief appearance. He has a 1-1 record, a 5.26 ERA, and against the Westerners, his last time out, 2 innings pitched, 5 runs, 4 of those earned. He gave up 8 hits. I believe they were all singles. And for Domnarski, that was his longest outing of the year since he faced Newport way back on June 8th and picked up the win in that game after allowing just 1 run over 2 innings. And this will be the 4th time, Rob, that Domnarski pitches against Newport. He pitched last time back on July 18th. In the loss for the Schooners, he went an inning and a third, allowed 1 hit. But that was all, as the All-American out of UConn Avery Point throws his first pitch of the game, and it's in there for a strike on Jeremy Wolf.
Final line on Jesse Lepore, 5 innings pitched, 5 hits, 4 runs, all earned, 4 walks, 6 Ks. He is in line for the win. He pitched well. He pitched really good in the first and second inning, struggled 3, 4, and 5, but pitched well enough to at least earn himself a chance at a victory.
Domnarski misses out wide for a ball, and the count is 1-1 to Wolf. Pitch number 3 is hit sky high towards right field. Aruda has a beat on it. He'll come in, and he will make the grab for out number 1.
Towering fly ball here up past the lights, and Ruda battled the glow of the lights as that ball came down, but was able to make the catch for the routine F9.
That had Ruda going every which way, but he was able to finally get a final read on the baseball, and he made the grab to retire Wolf. That will have to give Domnarski some confidence, again, after he was roughed up the last time he came on to pitch. As his first pitch to Bouchard is in there for a strike. Domnarski, a very interesting pitching motion. He holds that ball out in his left hand behind his back for a very long period of time before dealing it, as this ball is hit into left field, and that will get down for a base hit for Sean Bouchard. It's his first hit of the night, and the Gulls have a runner on with 1 out here in the bottom of the 6th.
Little bloop single off the head of the bat, dropped into left field. Jake Myers and most outfielders visiting Cardines Field play a little bit deeper because of the 28-foot wall. Very similar to, well, Fenway Park up in Boston, that you have to figure out a way of playing that wall. Most outfielders play deeper to try to keep everything in front of them because it is a long way. That ballpark, and we were both on the field, Jeff, you saw how deep it actually looks. It looks much deeper than we see on camera.
Another hard hit ball out and towards left. Here comes Myers. He can't make the grab. Bouchard will be in towards third, and it will be a stand-up double for Sauter. And Newport has 2 runners in scoring position as they try and trim the Schooner 5-run lead.
Welcome to the hit column, Steve Sauter. He laced the double to left field, and you just saw Jake Myers struggle with how to play that wall. That ball was absolutely laced. He made an attempt, near diving attempt, more of a flailing attempt, and that's not taking anything away from him. He literally just kind of stuck his arm out in a leaping attempt to try to get that ball, but it bounced up against the fence out there in left field. And a stand-up double. Runners in scoring position, 1 down here for Newport.
Domnarski will have to try and work out of some trouble. He throws a breaking ball to Sabino on the first pitch. Gets away from Iannotti all the way to the backstop, but Bouchard will stay put at third. He's unhappy with himself, as that should have been a run for the Gulls.
Short backstop. Also, what people notice, visitors notice when they come into Cardines Field, the backstop here at Cardines plays a lot like hockey boards. You're not sure what kind of hop you're going to get off when the ball hits the boards. So you play it safe, especially with only 1 down. A fly ball will score a run here.
Pitch number 2 to Sabino. Fastball misses inside. And the count moves to 1-1. Or 2-0, excuse me.
Yeah, scoreboard's got it wrong there. Sabino did not get a strike on that first pitch.
Domnarski working from the stretch. Another breaking ball, hooks low for ball 3. As the Gulls, with 1 out here in the inning, have Sauter on second, Bouchard on third, trying to trim this Mystic lead late. The 3-0 pitch, breaking ball, in there for a called strike.
Sabino didn't like it. Half of the dugout didn't like it. Half of the fans didn't like it. But Charlie Campbell, high curveball, we've seen him call it.
He stayed consistent on those high inside pitches. Domnarski kicks and deals. Fastball inside. And that will go for ball 3. So it was a 2-2 count. That first pitch to Sabino was in for a strike, even though it did get to the backstop. Sabino swung and missed on that curveball.
Apologies for the correction.
So he'll face a full count now against Domnarski. Looking for something to hit with a couple on. Domnarski, the lefty, fires. This ball hit sharply towards second. Berardi makes the play. Domnarski will have to try and get towards first. He won't make it. That ball will get away from him all the way to Ionati at the plate. 2 runs will score. Sabino's on to second, and Newport has cut the lead from 5 to 3, just like that.
It's going to be a single to Liam Sabino, who gets the RBI on the first run that came across. Steve Sauter scores on the error. I believe it's going to be an E4. It is an E4. 2 runs come in, and the Gulls chip away again.
Berardi, another great athletic play to block that one down, but he should have just held on to that baseball. Domnarski wasn't even close to the bag, and he threw it right behind him.
Yeah, and you know what? Hats off to Berardi, who has made some tremendous plays here tonight. Dan Hoy ranged all the way to his right to try to get that ball. Could not. There was nobody at first base. That was an ill-advised throw by Berardi.
As the first pitch to Jovan Afner is in there for a strike, but the struggles for Domnarski continue as he gives up 2 runs here, trying to limit the damage as the Schooners now lead by 3. Second pitch to Afner, a curveball driven down the line. Hoy's there. He'll get it and step on the bag, for out number 2, but Sabino moves to third on the play, and that will bring up Reed Gamache.
Big spot here for Reed Gamache. Singled, scored a run in the third, struck out looking on a fastball that was a little bit more questionable than the curveball he saw go by for a ball in his last at-bat. Also flew out to center field. The Gulls are now only down by 3. Would like to chip away a little bit more going into the later innings.
And this just in, the Sanford Mainers have defeated the Valley Blue Sox. And so the Blue Sox, according to their Twitter account, have been eliminated from playoff contention. How about Valley? They end the year on a 6-game skid. And that opens the door for North Adams, who will presumably finish in 4th place as a curveball from Domnarski is in there for a strike to even the count at 1-1.
Everything seemed about a week ago that it was all going to be locked up, and we knew where everybody was going to be going into the NECBL playoffs. Then we come into tonight, and it's bizarro world.
It's madness. The 1-1 pitch, another curveball from Doug, and it misses upstairs for ball 2. So much on the line tonight here in the NECBL as the Bay Sox and the Ocean State Waves, I believe, are still playing in the 10th inning.
They are, bottom 10.
As Domnarski throws a pitch in the dirt, and Gamache will have a hitter's count upcoming. It's a 3-1 count to the second baseman for the Newport Gulls.
In New Bedford, nobody on, bottom 10, 2 down. Michael Young at the plate for the Bay Sox.
The 3-1 from Domnarski. Fastball cranked into right field, moving over, and that ball will hook foul. It was Ruda trying to make the grab, but that one will bang off of the building out there in right field. And Gamache will have to come back and face a full count.
Tough to play right field over here. Basically, there is about 6 inches of foul territory, by that right field warehouse. Very similar, again, to make comparisons to Fenway Park, to left field in Fenway, where there is little to no foul territory in left field by the garage door against the left field wall. So every once in a while, pretty much if you see a ball fall over in right field to the left of the warehouse, it's a fair ball. That was a very rare foul ball.
The 3-2 pitch. Domnarski misses high, and Gamache picks up the 2-out walk. There are now runners at the corners for the Gulls, and the inning will continue for Quinn Brody.
Brody, who already put a charge into a ball, 3-run blast back in the 3rd inning to bring the Gulls at the time within 2. The Gulls are now within 3 here. The tying run is in the batter's box with Quinn Brody, who has a lot of power, loves to hit here at Cardines Field.
The Gulls may be just one swing of the bat away from knotting this game at 9. I think it's been a higher scoring game than we imagined coming in, especially with Spagnuolo on the mound for the Gulls. Lepore's been on and off so far this year, but his numbers have been pretty low in terms of just allowing runs to come across. He hasn't given up too many all year, as Domnarski will face Brody, and the first pitch is swung on and missed for the strike. Domnarski, if anything he's got going for him this inning has been that curveball that the Gulls have been way ahead of. Domnarski looks towards first, the 0-1 pitch. Fastball misses outside for ball 1.
Domnarski long look into Charlie Campbell, wanted that pitch. But again, as much as we have both been on Charlie Campbell, he's been consistent with his zone, at least inside and outside.
The 1-1 pitch. Fastball swung on and missed by Brody, and he's down 1-2.
The big thing would be if Brody does somehow get the third out in this inning, come up in the 7th, put up a 0. But Brody would hope to extend this inning with at least a base hit.
Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Domnarski looks at first, kicks, and fires. This ball hit into center field. Jenkins on the move. He'll make the grab as the speedy Jenkins turns on the Jets and makes the grab out in center field for out number 3, but not before Newport scores 2. We've got a good one brewing here from Cardines Field. It's the Schooners 9, the Gulls 6, as we'll be back in a couple of moments here for the 7th inning on the NECBL Broadcast Network. Welcome back, everyone. We've moved to the 7th inning here at Cardines Field, which means my play-by-play duties are done for the evening. We'll kick it back to the voice of the Newport Gulls, Rob Massey, for the conclusion of this one.
Thanks very much, Jeff. And this has been a crazy one for both sides, as the Newport Gulls have led once in this ball game. They got the first run of the game back in the bottom of the 1st inning, but the Mystic Schooners put 5 in the 2nd, 1 in the 3rd, 2 in the 4th, and 1 in the 6th. They lead 9-6 here in the 7th inning. And Bradley Wilpon on for a 2nd inning of work. The pitch to Rich Slinker misses outside. Ball 1.
An unusually tough day for Slinker at the plate so far. He struck out twice.
This one is grounded. Liam Sabino will field it on a hop, fires over to first, and it will be in time for out number 1.
And that ball just died as it reached Sabino in the dirt. He was expecting a higher hop, I think, but it hugged the dirt as it reached Sabino, who, again, has been throwing it low to first base all night. But Lugbauer over there, who's playing his first game at first for the Gulls tonight, has been doing a nice job picking those ones, and he's able to grab that one for out number 1.
Coming up is Dan Hoy, who has really helped the Mystic Schooners tonight. 2 doubles. He reached on an error, walked and scored a run in the 4th. Sees ball 1, takes this one, lifts it high, towering pop-up on the infield. Sabino makes the call on the catch for out number 2.
Hoy's going to be upset with himself on that one. Read the pitch from Wilpon, and it was a good one right down the middle, but he just got underneath it. Hoy was trying to crush that one back into left center where he already hit a double earlier tonight, but just, again, underneath it, and Sabino makes another play for another out.
2 down here. The Newport Gulls trying to set down the Mystic Schooners 1-2-3 for the first time in this game. Showing bunt pulling back is Aaron Hill. Ball 1. Aaron Hill has 1 strikeout on the night, and the strikeout was the first strikeout in NECBL, in his NECBL debut to Max Bierman. Called strike to Aaron Hill, 1-1. I'm going to go back to it. While the Gulls are still trailing by 3 here in the 7th inning, Bierman did whatever he could to keep the Gulls relevant in this ball game, and right now they are because of the hard work by Max Bierman. The 1-1 is popped up. Right field deep. Littell making the call and the catch. The Mystic Schooners, for the first time tonight, go down 1-2-3. We are through 6.5 here at Cardines Field. The Gulls trail 9-6. We'll be right back on the NECBL Broadcast Network. To the bottom of the 7th we go in this crazy ball game here at Cardines Field. New pitcher on the mound for the Mystic Schooners. Here to tell you all about him, Jeff Lemon.
Well, here comes Mike O'Reilly out of Flagler College. He was the Peach Belt Conference Pitcher of the Year out of Flagler, a Division II school. He was 19th in Division II this season with 94 strikeouts. And he enters with a very good stat line for the Schooners, a 1.20 ERA over 15 innings. This will be his 10th appearance out of the bullpen. He holds a 1-0 record, and this will be the second time he's faced Newport. He pitched back on July 18th in the 4-3 loss. He went 2 2/3 innings, allowing 2 hits, and he struck out 4 in that game.
The final line for Domnarski: 1 inning pitch, 3 hits, 2 runs. Only one of them was earned, a walk, no strikeouts. And I don't think Don Domnarski wants to see the Newport Gulls for the rest of his 2015 career here in the NECBL.
No, I don't think so. And Domnarski, who was called upon day after day after day for the Pointers back during spring ball, has hit a bit of a rut here just because he's thrown so many innings this year. In spring ball, he was an All-American, the ace of the staff for UConn Avery Point that made it to the Junior College World Series. And so far this summer, Domnarski hot to start, but he's cooled off a little bit since. But even though he allowed the 2 runs, it could have been much worse with runners at the corners, but Domnarski was able to get out of a big jam as Drew Lugbauer will lead this inning off for the Gulls.
Lugbauer will see a first pitch and take a big hack at it from O'Reilly, Mike O'Reilly. 0-1. Chipping away here for the Newport Gulls. They trail in the 7th by 3. The pitch to Lugbauer misses low, ball 1. And speaking of long ball games, while we have been here for a while, in New Bedford, tied at 1. To the bottom of the 11th they go. The 1-1 to Lugbauer misses high, ball 2. As the Waves and the Bay Sox battle for the 3-4 and possibly the 3 and 4 spot, as the Plymouth Pilgrims did sweep in Danbury. The 2-1 swung on, fouled back, 2-2. Lugbauer, Littell, Wolf. Anybody reaches Sean Bouchard will see the 7th inning. Here as we approach 9:40 on the East Coast. The 2-2 to Lugbauer. Swung on, and that one's lifted to right field deep. Going back, and it gets by Ben Ruda in right field. Lugbauer on his horse. He's heading into second base. He will get there with a stand-up double to lead off the 7th inning.
What a hit from Lugbauer. Stayed down on that baseball and just drove it towards Ruda. And although it was only hit a couple of feet away from Ruda, it was hit so hard it got by him in an instant. And it bounced off of those overgrowing plants out in right field. Ruda got the relay throw in quickly, but Drew Lugbauer, was already on his horse into second base.
That brings up John Littell, 0 for 2 on the night with a sacrifice fly and RBI back in the first to get the Gulls on the board. The only lead they've had in this ball game. The pitch to Littell misses high, ball 1. And the Newport Gulls have done pretty well against the bullpen of the Mystic Schooners, a bullpen that is stellar this year. But the Gulls have figured them out, and they were glad to see Jesse Laporte go.
Absolutely. They were able to figure Teddy Turner out on July 18th, one of the best relievers in the entire league.
The 1-0, swung on, foul back, will reset, be 1-1.
But you're right, Rob. This Gulls team, these are the best swings I've seen against a couple of these bullpen guys for Mystic all season long. The Schooners really are unhittable against a lot of the other teams here in the NECBL, but the Gulls just keep chipping away.
That pitch to Littell misses high, ball 2, and we keep talking patience. It has been patience for the Mystic Schooners early in this ball game, patience for the Gulls here late in this ball game. Has seen all 15 runs come across due to it. The 2-1 swung on and missed by Littell, 2-2.
O'Reilly already has his back against the wall here after the leadoff double by Lugbauer. That was his first hit of the night. Now he has to face Littell, who's been hot all season long, entering today batting just under 300.
Coming set is O'Reilly. Checks the runners, kicks, fires. That one misses away. Ball 3, a payoff pitch coming from Mike O'Reilly. The runner at second is Drew Lugbauer. Nobody down here in the 7th at Cardines Field. The payoff pitch, swung on and missed. He got Littell down by way of the K. Third strikeout on the night for John Littell. First for Mike O'Reilly, one down here for Jeremy Wolf.
That's more like it if you're Mike O'Reilly. Had 20 strikeouts coming into this game, a 20-2 strikeout to walk ratio this season for the Schooners. At Flagler this past season, a 94-20 strikeout to walk ratio. He's the definition of a strikeout pitcher, and he picks up one there.
Pitch to Wolf, misses away, ball 1. Wolf on the season with runners in scoring position is hitting .324 with 17 RBIs. The pitch misses away, ball 2. He is 0 for 3 on the night, grounded into a very nice double play turn started by Jesse Berardi. Also struck out and flew out. The pitch from O'Reilly, that one swung on and missed. A big hack by the lefty, 2-1. And one thing that is not helping any of these lefties here tonight at Cardines Field, the wind that started at 9 miles an hour, gone here at Cardines.
A very still night. Again, just beautiful for baseball.
The 2-1. Swung on, foul back, will reset. It'll be a 2-2 pitch as Mike O'Reilly tries to work around this jam here in the 7th. Right now, the tying run still on deck for Newport, but they have chipped away here in the late innings. Got 2 in the 6th to bring this to a 3-run deficit. The 2-2 swung on, fouled out of play. It'll come back in off of the netting, high off the netting. Reset will do it again.
Steady dose of fastballs from O'Reilly to Wolf, who is yet to get around on one, but it looks like he's getting close. And I wonder if O'Reilly here on the 2-2 pitch pulls the string with a breaking ball.
Wolf pinwheels the bat from the left side. The pitch from O'Reilly. Swung on, popped up, will reset, will do it again. Tell you folks, if you're listening to this on the radio, put it in on the car, go to CVS, get yourself some Tums. Because it is going to be a long 3 innings here for these two teams. O'Reilly comes set. The 2-2 pitch to Wolf. Swung on, fouled back, and Wolf is battling here against O'Reilly.
It's a heck of an at-bat. He just keeps fouling off pitches, and he just is rocketing all of these pitches. They've been just smashing off the backstop. Wolf is putting a lot of power into these swings. We'll see if he has enough left to hit pitch number 8.
Coming set is O'Reilly again, the 2-2. Misses high, ball 3, a payoff pitch coming to Jeremy Wolf. Big pitch here for Mike O'Reilly in the 7th inning, 1 down. Already has 1 strikeout to John Littell. Sean Bouchard waits on deck. The 3-2 pitch. Swung on, fouled back, will reset, will do it again.
10th pitch of the at-bat up coming to Jeremy Wolf, and he's earned himself a base hit if he's able to get one. That's
Wolf pinwheels the bat from the left side. O'Reilly gets a sign he likes, comes set. The 3-2 again. Misses high, ball 4. He walked Jeremy Wolf. The tying run comes to the plate with 1 down.
And that'll bring up Bouchard, who again has not been with the Gulls all that long, but his last at-bat was a good one, a single, and he later scored in the inning back just in the last inning. So Bouchard comes off of the bench, ready to go after being up just a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah, Sean Bouchard was injured for almost a month as he looks at the first pitch strike. from Mike O'Reilly and has recovered since coming back about 2 weeks ago. Had 2 big home runs against the Westerners early on in this week. And a base hit would be huge for Newport. He represents the tying run. The 0-1, check swing, misses away, ball 1. And that was a pitch that Mike O'Reilly just wanted.
He absolutely did, but Charlie Campbell not biting on that low outside pitch here today. He's been more used to calling the high inside pitch for strikes.
1-1 swung on and missed by Bouchard. 1-2. Bouchard singled, walked, and struck out. Also scored a run here. Nice pitch on the outside part of the plate. Had Bouchard out ahead of it. Bouchard waves the bat from the right side. Runners at first and second. The 1-2. That one is lifted to right field. Coming over is Ben Ruda. He will make the call and the catch for the second out. Tagging but staying at second base was Drew Lugbauer. There are 2 down. Huge out for the Schooners.
It's a huge out, and that ball just not hit deep enough to push Lugbauer to third. You saw him on second base. He was aching to go and put a run 90 feet closer, but Ruda was ready to come up throwing, I should say, and it kept Lugbauer posted up at second, so it'll be up to Sauter to drive in a run here with 2 outs.
The first pitch to Steve Sauter swung on and missed the lefty out in his front foot on that breaking ball. He doubled in his last at-bat, came around to score on the error by Jesse Berardi on an ill-advised throw. A nice play he made, but an ill-advised throw in the 6th. Sauter waves the bat from the left side. O'Reilly sets, kicks, fires. That one swung on and missed. 0-2. To the 12th inning we go in New Bedford, still knotted at 1.
That's crazy. What a battle. Those two just fighting for their lives, trying to get the 3 spot here in the Southern Division. I'm not sure who they would rather play, the Ocean State Waves or the Bay Sox, the Schooners or the Gulls, who, if you're a Schooner fan, you probably want the Bay Sox. I guess the same goes if you're Newport as well.
I mean, they have the series victories over both squads, both 4-2 series victories. As the 1-2 comes in, that one swung on and missed. Sauter down by way of the K. The Gulls threaten but cannot score, and through 7-9-6 in favor of the Mystic Schooners. We'll be right back here on the NECBL Broadcast Network. To the 8th inning we go here, 9-6 in favor of the Mystic Schooners. Hi, everybody. Welcome back in. Rob Massey alongside Jeff Lemon, Alexa Shola, and Billy McNeil up here in the nest. Jeff, it's been a topsy-turvy game. It's been kind of crazy for both sides. The Schooners got out to that 5-run lead and really have not let it go since the second inning, though the Gulls have been chipping away.
It's been interesting. You had Mystic ahead early. Newport comes back with a Brody home run. Mystic jumps ahead a little bit further, and then Newport claws itself back in again. It's just been up and down for both sides, as the Schooners, who went down 1-2-3 back in the 7th, are going to try and break this 6 straight batter streak where they haven't gotten anything productive.
This one is hit a long way to right field. John Littell going back, still going back. He looks up. It is high off the wall. First pitch by Lou Ionati. He gets a wall ball single, a Cardine single. Leadoff man aboard here for the Schooners.
And Ionati has been such a great hitter over the last couple of games for the Schooners. 3 straight multi-hit games entering tonight. Tonight he scored 3 runs on 3 walks, a sacrifice bunt, and a single. He was 3 for 3 with a sacrifice fly and 2 doubles against Ocean State back on Tuesday. And Big Lou is finally coming around here late for the Schooners.
That'll bring up Jake Myers. Myers is 2 for 2 on the day. He has 2 singles. He was hit, scored a run, also has a sacrifice fly and an RBI. As he comes up here in the 8th inning, the Gulls trying to keep this deficit at 3 with 6 outs left to play here at Cardines. The pitch misses high, ball 1.
I was talking to Ionati after the game against Ocean State, and I asked him what the approach has been like in terms of what he's done differently at the plate over the last couple games, and he just said he's been getting a little more of luck on his side. He said he's been hitting it well all season long. They just hadn't dropped until now.
1-0 grounded to third base past the diving Sean Bouchard. The ball gets into left field. The throw into third is going to actually go to second by Jeremy Wolf. It is a single, runners at the corners here, nobody down.
And Bouchard, an excellent try at that ball, and it hit him very hard as he dove towards the third base bag to make that play. And the way it kicked off of him allowed Ionati to not only get the second, but to move on to third base and put runners on the corners with no outs for the Schooners.
Number 4, Jesse.
That brings up Jesse Berardi, who offensively has 3 hits, but really, when you look at Berardi's game, it's been on defense that he has been most effective for the Schooners here tonight. Here comes Mike Coombs, and that's probably going to be the night for Bradley Wilpon. Coombs goes out, meets with his entire infield, pats Wilpon on the backside, and I have not seen the official call yet. As there is nobody down here, and the Gulls are in yet another jam in this ball game.
And for now, it doesn't.
There's the call.
There it is. A late call from Mike Coombs, but a call nonetheless, and Wilpon's day will be done. A tough spot for Newport pitching to come in here and inherit a couple of runners at the corners with no outs.
We are going to head to break, but instead of a break, we're actually going to go to New Bedford, Massachusetts, and listen in on this game in extra innings. Bottom of the 12th in New Bedford, Ocean State, and the Bay Sox.
An emphatic discussion with the field umpire. Both arms lifted into the sky, and plenty of pointing to be done.
It'll be interesting to see what happens here, as now he's making a slow walk back to the dugout. But the NECBL rules state that if a manager is ejected the second time, it's a 4-game suspension. So Waves manager Eric Sorella's got to be careful here, because that might mean he might miss the postseason.
So now Sal Pietro will come up to the dish here with a man in scoring position and a chance to play hero, perhaps, on a nice, comfortable night in the South Coast region. New Bedford looking for their best record since the 2012 season, and then 25-17. Sal Pietro throwing bunt. He pulls the bat head back and takes ball 1.
That was still a nicely hit ball there by Garrett Demers, regardless of whether or not he stepped on the bag. Hit that one out to deep left, especially as the number 9 batter, too. That's definitely a big pick-me-up to set it up for the top of the order.
And Applin, the long stare in. He kicks and fires. Fastball misses just a tad high. And ball 2 taken by Sal Pietro.
His time is called as now Bay Sox manager Kyle Fernandez going over to
Well, we're going to pull you away from that ball game with a runner in scoring position in New Bedford to bring you back here. The new pitcher on the mound for the Newport Gulls, Hunter Shriver, making his 10th appearance, a 3 ERA, 3-1 on the season. Comes in and deals the first pitch to Jesse Berardi for ball 1. Really kind of didn't want to pull away from that ball game, as it seems like New Bedford may have the chance to walk off. Pitch to Berardi, a called strike, 1-1 from Shriver, the lefty, first lefty featured for Newport here tonight.
Berardi, who's 3 for 4 at the plate, would love one more here with runners at the corners to give the Schooners double digits.
This one is hit high to left field. Coming in is Wolf. He makes the catch. He fires, and staying at third base is Lou Ionati. Wolf, the ball was in glove side. He was able to crow hop and fired to the cutoff man, keeping Ionati at third base, 1 down.
And now we'll have C.J. Moore pinch hitting for Derek Jenkins. That'll probably be a straight-up switch with Moore moving to center field, unless my only other guess would be they put Moore into right and shift Rudith to center. But nonetheless, Moore, who is 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts against Ocean State back on Tuesday, is right back in the lineup, and he comes up in a very big spot. A fly ball to the deep outfield would still bring in a run for the Schooners, as Berardi just couldn't hit it quite far enough.
So the first pitch to Moore from Hunter Shriver is grounded to the left side. Up with it is Sabino. He goes to second for one. On the first, it's going to be not in time. So it's a fielder's choice for C.J. Moore. The run comes in, erased. 6-4 is Jake Myers. And the 10th run comes across for the Mystic Schooners.
Oh, I'd love to see a replay on that. That was a bang-bang play over at first base. I thought they got him, but Moore is in there safely, and it gives the Schooners another run.
Designated hitter number 5.
We'll have a head up for that replay if we can get it, but John Brucker comes up and takes a strike from Hunter Shriver. 10 runs across. Here is the play again. On the second, over to first, and no, he was in by half a step. Good call there. As the pitch comes in, number to Sabino. He's going to be up with it. He's going to fire over to first, and that will be the out that retires the side. The Schooners get another one across here. And after 7.5, bottom of the 8th inning for the Newport Gulls. They are running out of time here as they trail once again by 4 runs on a fielder's choice that got the 10th run for the Mystic Schooners in the 8th inning. Hi, everybody. Welcome back in. Rob Massey, Jeff Lemon, Alexa Shola in, Billy McNeil down the end. One of those games where the Gulls start to crawl back into this game, Jeff, and the Schooners take 1 or 2 back.
Absolutely. That insurance run there on the fielder's choice to score Ionati was such a huge play. And now with the Schooners in a double-digit run total, it's up to O'Reilly to try and come in and close the door. He'll pitch the 8th here. And I'd have to imagine if the Schooners stay ahead by at least 4, he will come back out for the 9th.
First pitch to Liam Sabino. Misses away, ball 1. It will be Sabino, Afner, and Gamache. If anybody reaches, we'll see Quinn Brody. The pitch to Sabino. Misses high, ball 2. 6 walks on the night for the Newport Gulls. They have only been able to capitalize on 2 of them. The 2-0 swung on, grounded to the shortstop. Up with it on the backhand is Hill. He fires over to first for out number 1.
That ball was roped towards Hill, who really has not gotten much action at all tonight. That might have been the first ground ball hit to him all day, and it was a tough one to field, but he gets it with the backhand and makes a nice throw across the diamond for the first out.
That brings up Jovan Afner, leadoff man for the Gulls. Walked twice, has a hit, also grounded out. Scored 2 runs tonight as he sees the first pitch come in for a strike. Hafner, Gamache, and again, if anybody reaches, we'll see Brody. The pitch swung on, and that one's lifted into left field. Could be trouble. Dropping, and that's going to be caught in foul territory. Jake Myers on his horse. What a great catch by Myers, who came a long way for that catch.
And initially, I thought that one, if anything, would have a chance to just drop down for a base hit. That one was up the line for most of that play, then tailed foul, and Myers just had enough speed to catch that ball. He ran right into the bullpen, but came up with it, and the Schooners have retired too quickly here in the 8th.
C.J. Moore is in at center field, as this one is fouled back by Reed Gamache, 0-1. The Gulls have had their opportunities. They have left 8 men aboard here tonight. The pitch from O'Reilly is high to Reed Gamache. Working quickly, the pitch. Check swing. They're going to say that Reed went around. 1-2 as we are just past 10 o'clock here on the East Coast. Thank you for sticking with us here on the NECBL Broadcast Network, presented by Point Streak. Rob Massey, Jeff Lemon, Alexa Scholl, and Billy McNeil. This one is going to be blooped into left field for a hit. Gamache gets another hit for the Newport Gulls. As the Gulls try to chip away, they trail by 4 here in the 8th. Attendance numbers for Cardines Field tonight, 2,706 at Cardines. Another sellout here, 2,706 here on Host Family Appreciation Night. Well, that inning that we left you hanging in New Bedford, the Bay Sox threatened but did not score. We go to the 13th in the Whaling City. Quinn Brody fouls this one back. It's 0-1.
The Bay Sox had second and third in that inning with just 1 out, but the Ocean State Waves get a huge out, and they move to the 13th.
A loss for Ocean State means that they're just playing for their playoff lives at this point as the pitch misses away to Quinn Brody, as the Bay Sox would take that season series and lock the number 3 spot. Means we play in Ocean State tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. The 1-1. Misses low, ball 2 to Quinn Brody. Brody homered back in the 3rd, a 3-run bomb that brought the Gulls within 2 at the time. The 2-1 misses high, ball 3, 3-1. If he were to hit a big fly here, he would do the same exact thing here in the 8th. The pitch misses high, ball 4. Runner at first and second for Newport, still 2 down, and that brings up Drew Lugbauer.
And this is a very big batter now for the Schooners. O'Reilly got the first 2 outs quickly, but now with 2 on, Lugbauer, who leads the team with 5 home runs, steps in. And we saw him rope a double his last time up back in the 7th, and I think he'll probably be thinking the same thing, trying to lift it up out of here at Cardines Field. A home run would cut the lead back down to 1.
While we have a moment, let's get to tonight's This Day in Baseball History. We go back to 2004 because we revisited this last week. In 2004, in Boston, Massachusetts, Theo Epstein was the loneliest man in the city of Boston as he trades away the face of the franchise, Nomar Garciaparra, to the Chicago Cubs, part of a 4-team deal which included the Minnesota Twins and Montreal Expos. Boston acquired Orlando Cabrera and first baseman Doug Minkiewicz, with Nomar going to Chicago for Matt Merton, and cash to the Chicago White Sox, which shipped the minor leaguer southpaw Justin Jones to Minnesota for Minkiewicz, who in turn sent along with the Cubs shortstop Alex Gonzalez and relief pitcher Francis Beltran to the minor leagues, and minor leaguer Brandon Harris to Boston. As Lugbauer hits this one a long way to left field deep. Going back is Jake Myers. He's at the wall. He makes the catch for the out that retires the side. Lugbauer put a charge into that one, but it did not go far enough. The Gulls leave 2 more on, and after 8 complete, it is 10-6 in favor of the Mystic Schooners. We go to the 9th here. Almost last call for the Newport Gulls. We'll be right back on the NECBL Broadcast Network. To the 9th inning we go here in Newport. Rob Massey, Jeff Lemon, Alexa Shola, and Billy McNeil here in the 9th. Hunter Schreiber on the face Ben Ruda. Ruda takes a called strike. An interesting fact, as we watch the Ocean State Waves game in the New Bedford Bay Sox, the Bay Sox have retired 27 batters in a row. That pitch misses low, ball 1. For those of you who don't know how significant that is, that's a perfect game. If you play 9 innings.
Not when you play 13.
No, it is not. Pitch is a called strike to Ben Ruda, 1-2. They're just laying it all out. It's going to be a very exhausting night for poor Tom Porter and young Tim Scott. This one's grounded off of the glove of Sean Bouchard, and that's going to be a single for Ben Ruda, hard hit single that Bouchard just could not get a hold of.
I feel for a little bit more for Tim Scott if he has to get up and be at Old Mountain Field for a 10 a.m. game.
Don't feel bad for Tim Scott. Tim Scott has the stamina to go all night. He has said that, and he stands by it. Do not feel bad for young Tim Scott. Back to this ball game because we're focusing more on that one Then this one is grounded to Bouchard, who boots this one. Sabino is going to be able to field it on the ricochet. Nobody will have a play. That's going to be an error this time by Bouchard. Second error of the night for, third error of the night for the Newport Gulls. Runners at first and second. Nobody down.
And Slanker would have loved to hit on that one, but it does not look like his hitting streak will continue after tonight if this result holds. Slanker gets on with the error, pushes Ruta to second, and Mystic will try and tag on a couple of more insurance runs here with Dan Hoy coming up with no outs in the inning.
Coming set is Hunter Shriver. The lefty kicks and deals to Dan Hoy. That is a called strike. 0-1. In the ninth, if the Gulls can get out of this jam, it will be Littell, Wolf, and Bouchard, the scheduled hitters. But need to get 3 here in the top of the ninth. The pitch, that one is popped up, sky high. Going back is Lugbauer. Coming over is the second baseman in Reed Gamache. He will slide and make the catch for an unorthodox out number 1. Gamache called off Lugbauer and then slipped, made the catch for the first out.
And that play would have gotten a whole lot more interesting had that ball dropped. It would have been a fair ball right down the line. Ruta was still at second, and Slanker was still standing on first base. They would have had to move to get in safely, as Hoy probably would have been safe at first on the play, but instead Gamache makes an unorthodox catch for the first out.
One down here. And the first pitch to Aaron Hill misses low, ball 1. Hill only has 1 strikeout on the night, but it came out of the hand of first baseman Max Bierman, who came in relief. One of 2 strikeouts that Bierman had in his 3 1/3 innings pitched. The pitch, that one is swung on, fouled out of play. 1-1. As we go to the bottom of the 13th in New Bedford. The 1-1 pitch to Aaron Hill as he pinwheels the bat. Runners at first and second. The pitch is a strike. Fastball, belt high. 1-2. Big pitch coming from Hunter Shriver with 1 down here in the ninth. Runners at first and second. Another jam for the Gulls. The 1-2, breaking ball misses away. Ball 2. If Hill is retired on his own, we will see Lou Iannotti. If he hits into a double play, we will see the bottom of the ninth. Coming set is Shriver. The lefty kicks and deals the 2-2. Swung on, nubbed back. And another piece of history falls from the grandstands as a piece of wood falls from Cardines Field.
And even though the Schooners are ahead here late in this game, Aaron Hill continuing to fight. That was a tough pitch to hit on a 2-2 count, but he's able to foul it off and stay alive with a couple of men on.
Here is the 2-2 pitch again from Shriver. Breaking ball, strike 3 call. A great pitch by Shriver, 2 down in the ninth.
Beautiful pitch. Hill was not expecting a curveball there, and Shriver placed it right on the outer half for a called strike 3, and that will bring up my player game for tonight for the Mystic Schooners, at least hitting-wise. Lou Iannotti, he's walked 3 times, also has a single, and has scored 4 runs tonight.
Yeah, Iannotti has done tremendous here for the Mystic Schooners as Shriver looks to set the Schooners down after getting into a jam, throws a first pitch strike to Iannotti.
Be interesting to see who the Schooners throw in the bottom of the ninth. O'Reilly's gone 2 innings so far. He's looked good, but Jason Foley was also warming up in the bullpen for Mystic.
0-1 bounces in there. The runners advance. No throw. It's going to be a pass ball on Steve Sauter. Runners in scoring position with 2 down. Here's the pitch. Up and in. 1-1. 2-1 to Ionati. The 1-2, that one is lined. That's going to fall in for a hit. 1 run will score. Being waved around is Rich Schlenker. And the Mystic Schooners increase their lead. They have scored 12 runs here tonight.
And Lou Ionati delivers a very big hit here in the 9th with 2 outs. That pass ball proves very costly. As it gets away from Sauter, it puts 2 runners in scoring position, and Ionati comes through with another hit. Back-to-back singles in the last 2 innings for Lou, and he's had a heck of a day at the plate. 4 runs and 2 RBIs.
Check swing, foul by Jake Myers. Still 2 down here. Runner at first base for the Mystic Schooners. 12-6 in favor of the Schooners here at Cardines Field. Coming set is Shriver. That one's fouled away. 2-2. "14 innings in New Bedford as the 0-2 misses high, ball 1. As I think we're going to put the Bay Sox in charge of putting the lights out here tonight, since they'll be the last ones playing. At least at this point. The walk-off could happen at any moment as the 1-2, strike 3 called. Jake Myers down by way of the K, but the Mystic Schooners get 2 more here against the Newport Gulls, and the Gulls are going to have to come a long way back as they trail by 6 runs. We'll be right back here for the bottom of the 9th on the NECBL Broadcast Network. To the bottom of the 9th we go here at Cardines Field. The Gulls trail by a touchdown. There's a new pitcher on the mound for the Mystic Schooners. Here to tell you all about him, Jeff Lemon.
It will be Jason Foley coming in to relieve Mike O'Reilly here in the 9th. And Foley this season out of Sacred Heart has been spectacular. This will be his 16th appearance out of the bullpen. He has a 2-0 record, a 20-1 strikeout to walk ratio, over 17 innings pitched. His ERA is 0.52. He's only allowed 8 hits all season long, as this will be Foley's 3rd appearance against Newport this season.
The Mystic Schooners scored 5 in the 2nd, 1 in the 3rd, 2 in the 4th, 1 in the 6th, 1 in the 8th, 2 in the 9th. They lead 12-6. The Gulls, we have seen them come back before. This is a large deficit. I believe it is the largest deficit that they have had against the Mystic Schooners. And they will send up John Littell, Jeremy Wolf, and Sean Bouchard.
Foley with a great fastball and even better curve. He'll rely on those 2 pitches to get him through this 9th inning, going against the heart of the lineup, 5, 6, 7, for the Gulls.
First pitch to John Littell swung on and missed. Foley just rearing up and firing that fastball. Foley kicks, deals. The 0-1 swung on, popped up on the infield, making the call, and the catch is Aaron Hill, 1 down.
As easy as you'd like on the first batter. Foley pumps in a fastball for strike 1 and then jams Littell on pitch number 2 as Hill calls off Slanker to move over and make the grab for out number 1.
1 down for Jeremy Wolf. Pinwheels the bat. The lefty is 0 for 3 with a walk tonight. The pitch is a called strike from Foley, 0-1. This is the last home game at Cardines Field for the regular season. The Gulls will be on the road in 2 venues tomorrow, it seems. As the 0-1 swung on, grounded to second base. Up with it is Berardi. Fires over to first for out number 2. Last out for the Newport Gulls. They trail by 6 here in the 9th. Tomorrow morning baseball in Ocean State, it seems. If this lead holds, I'll be on the call with Tim Scott at 10 a.m. from Old Mountain Field. Then we'll all get on the bus and head to North Adams. The Gulls need to win 1 of 2 to take the number 1 seed. The pitch misses away, ball 1.
And fortunately for the Gulls, if they can't clinch the Southern Division here tonight, it may only take them an inning tomorrow to get it done against Ocean State, and that could be a wrap.
The pitch, catches the zone. 1-1. Another final. The North Adams Steeplecats defeat the Laconia Muskrats 5-4. That gets the Steeplecats into the playoffs. So the Northern Division shored up tonight. Southern Division still in flux. The pitch, swung on and missed. 1-2.
Great curveball from Foley. That's the first time I think we've seen it this inning, but it gets Bouchard to chase at a pitch outside of the zone, and the Gulls are down to their final strike.
Coming set is Foley. The 1-2 pitch. He misses away. Ball 2 to Sean Bouchard. Here's the 2-2. That misses low. Ball 3, 3-2. In the 14th inning, the Ocean State Waves have taken a 2-1 lead over the New Bedford Bay Sox with 2 down in the top of the 14th.
Baseball's a funny game, isn't it? A perfect game over the last 9 innings for New Bedford. Now they trail.
3-2 fouled away. We'll reset. We'll do it again. So that makes tomorrow very interesting across the league, as Plymouth has swept. Ocean State, if they can hang on, will win. And it looks like the Schooners, unless a miracle happens here, going to walk away with a victory here tonight. The 3-2 swung on and missed. Sean Bouchard down by way of the K. The Newport Gulls set down in order, and they lose here tonight, 12-6 to the Mystic Schooners. The season series knotted at 3. The tie differential still does go to the Newport Gulls in run differential, so the tiebreaker does go to the Gulls. But, Jeff, it was just all Mystic Schooners all night tonight.
Yeah, they were able to put up a lot of runs here tonight against the Gulls, more than I think anyone expected. And while the Gulls had a pretty good offensive performance, themselves with 6 runs, the Schooners just got it done early off of Spagnuolo. They jumped out to an early lead that they would never relinquish. And finally, the bullpen, after a shaky start, comes in, and they do a great job. Besides, Domnarski, he pitched well. He gave up a couple of runs late, but got out of a jam that was big for him before O'Reilly and Foley came on to shut the door, and the Mystic pitching staff continues to look dominant towards the back end of the year.
We will step aside when we come back. The Newport Gulls postgame show featuring Matt Tonis, Alexa Shola, and Billy McNeil. We'll wrap things up on the other end of this on the NECBL Broadcast Network.
Stay.
Another tough night here at Cardines Field, a field that the Newport Gulls have played so well at. They drop the final game of the season series to the Mystic Schooners, the final home game of the 2015 season here. Here's how things played out. The Mystic Schooners, 12 runs on 16 hits. They committed 1 error. They left 12 on base. Their record moves to 26-15 on the season. The Newport Gulls, 6 runs, 10 hits, 3 errors. They left 10 on base. Their record goes to 26. Double check this. 26. 14-1. They will resume to the game yesterday that has been suspended tomorrow morning. The starting pitcher for the Newport Gulls, Brendan Spagnuolo, an inning and 2/3 pitch, 5 runs, all earned, 4 hits, 1 walk, 2 strikeouts. He hit 1 batter through 44 pitches, and 26 of them were 4 strikes. He drops to 2-2 on the season. Jesse Lepore threw 5 innings of work, gave up 4 runs, all earned, 5 hits, 4 walks, 6 strikeouts. He threw 93 pitches on the day, 50 for strikes. He moves to 1-2 on the season. Lepore does get the win, as I just said. Spagnuolo with the loss. The game took 3 hours and 29 minutes to play here in front of 2,706 at Cardines Field. And Jeff, we expected a good game. We got a good game. It was just not the good game that we were really looking at. We were expecting low scoring and defense here. We saw good defense and flashes of brilliance, but the Mystic Schooners hit the ball. 16 hits, 12 runs. They left 12 on. They just hit a ton of the ball. They also walked a lot tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. The walk started to add up a little bit for Newport as the game went on, but the 16 hits for the Schooners, they've just been knocking the baseball around over the last 6 games as the Schooners win their 6th game in a row now and move just half a game out of first place behind the Gulls, who will play 2 games tomorrow, and the Schooners will be back in action to play the Swamp Bats on the road tomorrow, as well as the Southern Division is still not decided, as the Schooners have made a very late push, and they get it done again tonight with the hitting. It's been consistent pitching all year that has kept Mystic in a lot of games, but over the last couple weeks or so, the tune has been different. It's been the hitting that has given the Schooners a boost, and for their sake, they hope to continue that into the NECBL playoffs that start on August 3rd.
Yeah, the 1 and 2 spots are locked up, so to speak. It's either going to be the Newport Gulls or the Mystic Schooners. The 3 and 4 spot is in flux. It will either be the Ocean State Waves, New Bedford Bay Sox, or Plymouth Pilgrims, depending on how everything works out here tonight and tomorrow night's games, or tomorrow morning and night's games go. All of that, Matt Tonis will bring that and so much more here in the postgame show. But, Jeff, where are the Mystic Schooners tomorrow night to close out the season?
They will be at the Keene Swamp Bats for playing them for the 2nd time tomorrow. It'll be the first time the Schooners play them on the road. Keene, of course, in last place in the Northern Division. So for the Schooners, they can put a little bit more pressure on the Gulls if the Gulls drop the game to Ocean State in the morning against Keene, who has been struggling all season long, especially here at the back end.
We will check in with Alexa Shola one more time with the scores around the league. I will invite Matt Tonis in for the postgame show, as well as Billy McNeil. Jeff, it was a pleasure working with you.
Absolutely.
And we may see each other next week.
Yeah, we may.
See. Good luck in the playoffs, and
well.
I will head back down to the field level to talk to our player of the game, who is Quinn Brody. But for right now, here's Alexa Shola.
Thanks, Rob. So just to recap, the Plymouth Pilgrims took Game 1 of their doubleheader against the Danbury Westerners 5-2, and they did it again in Game 2, and they defeated the Danbury Westerners 10-2. The Sanford Mainers got the W over the Valley Blue Sox 9-0. Also, the North Adams Steeple Cats got the win over the Laconia Muskrats 5-4. Keene Swamp Bats lost a tough one to the Vermont Mountaineers 5-0. And here, the Newport Gulls lost to the Mystic Schooners 12-6. And still battling it out is the Ocean State Waves and the New Bedford Bay Sox. Ocean State has the lead just by a little bit, 2-1. It's the bottom of the 14th over there.
Thanks, Alexa. That's how microphones work. Back here in the Newport Gulls post-game show, Matthew Tonis, Alexa Shola, Billy McNeil will join us in a little bit. Newport with a crushing defeat tonight. You're going to have a must-win game tomorrow. 2 games, well, 1 game and a little bit of a game, trying to climb your way into the last playoff spot, or into the number 1 seed for the 6th time in 7 seasons. This is a position that Newport is used to being in. I don't think they're used to backing into it like they are right now. Alexa, Newport's lost 3 in a row, heading into a game tomorrow that they're currently tied in. What do you think the Gulls are feeling right now?
Honestly, I think they're feeling a little bit frustrated. I think this was a really disappointing loss. It's the last home game of the regular season. I think they were looking to get the win, and it just did not work out. 12-6 loss, pretty substantial loss to me. That was not the Newport Gulls I was used to seeing. I think they played. They didn't play like the normal Gulls that we usually see, and if I were them, I would be a little worried. I would want to up their game a little bit.
Yeah, right now I think they're feeling the loss of Shea Donlin more than anyone could have imagined. He's currently out with stitches on his finger. He should be back for the postseason run, but we are not sure right now. It's a huge loss that I did not think it would be this big of a loss. I knew obviously he's a leader, but he's still in the dugout. He's still with the team. He's just not at the top of the order. Billy, what do you think Shea's loss has meant for the Gulls team?
Obviously, it's meant a lot. You're losing a over 300 hitter, a leadoff batter, You know, it's a huge loss. Just you lose your leadoff hitter, now you got to try to repiece together your lineup, and they had things going there pretty well with Donlin up top at the lineup, so a huge loss, and you can see it 3 games in a row.
All right, we're going to send it back down to field level. Thanks, Billy. To Rob Massey with tonight's Newport Gulls Player of the Game, Quinn Brody.
Thanks very much, Matt. I'm here with Quinn Brody, who is our player of the game. Quinn, you hit a rocket 3-run home run early in the ball game to bring the Gulls within 2, but this was a Schooners team that just kept scoring runs throughout the game, 12 runs. It was the largest deficit that you guys have had against Mystic. Just a tough game tonight.
Yeah, I mean, we're a little thin on pitching right now. We have 7 games this week, and that's a good hitting team. So it was, they hit well tonight, and we kind of ran out of pitching, but we'll be all right.
Now, Spags went an inning and 2/3, and everybody was kind of surprised to see Max Bierman come in relief. We did see Max pitch against Wareham in the exhibition ball game in the 9th inning there, but you can attest to this a little bit. Max is an everyday defensive player, an offensive player. He comes in on the mound. What is it like to make that transition to go from playing your everyday position on defense to having to come in relief?
It's definitely different. It's a different mindset you got to get yourself into, and he got the day off today from first base. They knew he was going to pitch, and he came in and did a great job for us. So it was cool to see.
Going into the games tomorrow, we now have to continue the game against Ocean State. There are 2 innings left in that ball game at least. They're tied at 1 going into the top of the 6th inning, and then going all the way to North Adams to take on the Steeplecats. 2 games left, still have a chance to clinch first place overall. This team would really like to go into the playoffs with at least 1 win, but it'd be great to grab 2 tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a grind tomorrow, but hopefully we take care of that first one quickly and get on the bus and sleep on the way there, take care of that, and then sleep on the way home.
We'll see you tomorrow, Quinn. Good job tonight.
Appreciate it.
Let's send it back up to Matt Tonis to wrap things up.
Thanks, Rob. Back here in the Nick Lima Memorial Press Box for the post-game show. Newport with a tough loss tonight, 12-6. You got to get up real early tomorrow. Bus leaves for Ocean State, for Wakefield at 8:30 in the morning to complete that game. Guys, what are you going to do? What do the Gulls need to do tonight to get refreshed?
Well, they can sleep for as long as they can, Matt, until they got to wake up and get down to Wakefield, but they just need to be ready to go. And unfortunately, if they had one here tonight, they could have had a nice cool down rest day, rest out of your starters, get ready for the playoffs, but they got to be ready to go tomorrow, and they got to get that first place and home field advantage locked up.
Yeah, Alexa, what do you think's going through these guys' minds heading into that huge completion of a game at Old Mountain Field?
I mean, I think, they're obviously a little bit upset about this loss tonight. I think, they've been through this before. I think that they have this type of experience, and I think they're just going to, take this game, remember it, learn from it, and go on to the next one with a clear mind.
All right, thank you very much. Rob Massey will have the call of both games. He'll have the call with Tim Scott at 10 a.m. tomorrow. We'll send it down to him to finish this one up.
Thanks very much, Matt. And before we step away here tonight from Newport, let's thank everybody who helped make tonight possible. Our executive producer as well as our director is Tom Lima. Our graphics designer is Shannon Carlson. Our camera operators tonight, Blair Schneider, Meg Kirby, and Rob Sanchez. Our field reporter is Alexa Shola. She did a great job tonight covering all of those ball games. Our director of media relations was Nick Lima. Our statistician is Billy McNeil. Our postgame host is Matt Tonis. Thanks to Jeff Lemon from the Mystic Schooners, who is replacing Alex Teixeira as the voice of the Schooners late in this season. He did a great job. It's a lot of fun to call a ball game with him. Good luck to him in the playoffs starting next week. We are going to play 2 tomorrow. We go to Ocean State for 10 a.m. morning baseball in the NECBL. Going to play at least 2 innings in Ocean State, if not more. We are knotted at 1 after 5 in Ocean State. After that ball game, we will hop on the bus and head to North Adams, Massachusetts, take on the Steeplecats. That game will be at 6:30 in North Adams. But the Gulls drop a tough one here, 12-6 on the final game at Cardines Field for the 2015 season, the regular season. Postseason play begins next Monday. Who are we playing? That will all be figured out tomorrow. But for all of us here at Newport and Cardines Field tonight, good night, everybody.